Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions in the queue, we're going to take a look at something by Ichikotan or Strawberry, who was the maker of the Galactic Finale, the closing level of 4YMM, 4 Years of Mario Maker last year. This is Pop-Out Smartphone, as you can kind of infer from the opening image. And the Japanese text, according to my translation engine, says, "Jump out into the night sky. Let's go through the Pop-Out app and aim for the goal." There are a lot of applications that pop out. So we'll take a look at this as a warm-up level, and then we'll get to the first level in the queue from Douglas Obviv. Douglas Obviv, I forgot to turn off that bot message, actually. Let me just get into my bot and fix that quickly. That's a good catch right there. Yeah, I just forgot to turn that off after my puzzle stream. So let me just get into my command list and make a quick repair. And then we'll get going. So yeah, thank you for joining right from the start. You are in queue position number 1. As usual, we'll just do the warm-up level, and then we'll get to that. And then, welcome back, TLSA HD. I actually know that you had another maker name that was easier to pronounce, and I don't remember what it is, but thank you for coming back regardless with GN World 43. I think your name was just GN. So, hello, GN. Yeah, sorry about the Nightbot message. It should be off now. Let me just check. Okay, great. Everything works. Thanks for catching that. Your codes are indeed in the queue. So yeah, as usual, just going to start with a lead-off level from my private list, and then we will get straight to submissions 1 and 2. Okay, Galactic Track right here. What's this going to be? Oh, I see. So it's not just a smartphone because of the various effects in the graphical layout. It's also the ringtone chime. Kind of a neat mix of it, actually. Let's grab some power-ups. Seems like we're tapped into the Propeller app. Love how the track actually does develop into its own theme and variations, as it were. Might as well explore and grab some of the pink coins along the way in case they lead us to a true ending. This is much more stylish than the original ringtone melody really is, but we'll definitely take it. Okay, still navigating this screen here. We see another pink coin. That is in the bottom row. Looks like that will be accessible with the propeller. Not so much anymore. Let's see if that is still accessible. No, not without the propeller. We don't, I don't think, unless we twirl our way over. Oh yeah, we can. New soup will do that. Morton's going to go for the stomp. We're not going to buy into much of that nonsense. Looks like we need probably the power of fire in order to do something about the bomb up there. And I don't see us having that yet. Unless we had access to a Yoshi, perhaps. Hey, yeah, Doxson, thank you for submitting Mario 64. And yes, I will indeed pick something when I get to you in the queue. Okay, looks like we might have to forego the pink coin route. Because I don't see a way to obtain fire just yet with what looks like a Yoshi spin. Whoa! Kind of shocking. Yeah, sure, let's take the high road. Even though it looks like at this point getting all 5 coins is not going to happen. That's okay. We'll just redo that very quickly. Okay. Did we actually check this? No. Oh, I know. When we went to the location where we obtained Repeller earlier, there were some other power-ups available that we didn't bother to check, and so that's something we should in fact look at. Yes, because there's a fire flower over here as well. And we'll have to think about how to access that location. Looks like we can come up through here. I mean, that's doing it the hard way, but we like doing things the hard way. We approve very much. So, whoops. The propeller in the new soup style is often much more trouble than it's worth. Yeah, it looks like we can probably get a spike ball to break some of this. No, we can't, because it's buried behind ground. That's okay. Whoops. And AdZ, thank you for submitting Rotating Pipes 2, Turn to Cube. We're just beginning with a warm-up level to let the queue populate initially. We should be done with this before too long, and then we'll get on to all the submissions that have come in. So thank you for coming in with all of the flaming hot Tex-Mex cheese. Or whatever that is. I mean, I guess I haven't taken the time to read the emotes properly, but they look enough like spicy cheese to me to pass for that, so we'll just assume that's what's going on. Okay. The Morton app in our smartphone is perhaps not having the best day. Yeah, I never did figure out how to get over to the Bob-omb spot with the on-off, so let's just continue. And eventually answer the mobile device. Here's another propeller that was down there. We didn't really manage to obtain it. Interesting that it sailed all the way up here, but that's what some of the low-gravity physics will get you from time to time. Up we go. Yeah, I think this is a creation that's notable mostly for the music. We did, of course, just fail to figure out the one Pincoin slot that I thought kind of implied some kind of Yoshi interaction, unless there was another way to get fire in this level. And I really didn't see a source of fire that we could use that would be able to take us all the way to the large Bob-omb that was triggering the on-off gate, so... I was hoping to get this bounce. There we go. And sure, we'll just fall on this. Okay, just getting the controller warmed up, so... Always nice to start with something nice and quick instead of picking something that traps us for an hour or more, which does occasionally happen. So yeah, a lot of the Japanese makers on my list, of course, don't tend to come to the English language streams, so I do like to feature their content from time to time. Douglas Abiv, you just came in, so I assume you are in fact still here. And we will punch this in. Okay, Douglas. Yes, that's right. We were partly through the 64 world. And you said you were partly through Hazy Maze Cave, but we may as well continue where we left off. So for those of you who were not here in last week's viewer levels, this is a remake of various zones and portraits in Mario 64. We've already looked at Bob-omb Battlefield and I want to say the Thwomp Fortress, but here we are anyway in Jolly Roger Bay. And as you can see, whoops, in all of the stages in this remake, we start out with a shared overworld hub coming up through the pipe, well, implicitly through the pipe in Peach's castle. And here's our trusty cameraman, Lakitu. And we'll sail around Flags a bit, confirm the absence of Luigi. And see what we can do about some of the existing portraiture. You can see that some of the previous stages we have cleared already are already behind unlocked doors. I just kind of want to see how you're doing with this layout, but Regardless, here we are in Jolly Roger Bay. And yeah, ADSI, there's quite a lot of attention to making this look and feel like specific locations in the Mario 64 stages. It's a pretty neat mapping from 3D to 2D, all the way to committing to the flow through Peach's Castle. So from the upload dates, I could tell that these were conceived as a world to be played as a set even before the Super World system actually had come in. But anyway, here's a key door. I'm collecting all 4. Here's a scary Wiggler that we're going to take out using the star. Okay. So he's going to give us a key immediately. Ah, yes, of course. And so the coins will be relevant later. Anyway, into the treasure ship. And here we are with more coins. So for anybody new here, since this is a Super World submission, and the levels are going by fairly quickly, I am going to continue to do the next stage or 2 and finish out this world. It's typical when people submit Super Worlds that I will continue from one stage to the next for a maximum of about 15 minutes or so, just so we can see them as a set, simply because a lot of these are designed to be best expressed as a set. So if you are behind us in queue, don't worry, I will be getting to you quite soon. But in the meantime, let's see more of this concept. Cool Cool Mountain. Once again, making us miss the penguin suit. Not that the penguin suit was here in 64, because Mario had yet to skin the penguins for their suits. That would, of course, come later in his return to 2D, which is, I guess, thematically what we are also doing now. In the pipe. And we briefly hear the slide music, kind of implying to me that slide music is attached to Mario, and that, whoops, here we go. Probably should have done the slide as a slide, but you know, we always had this trouble with the original Cool Cool Mountain as well, in terms of just bouncing up and down and everywhere. Yeah, it's built pretty spaciously, I guess. You know, just to give you a nice and easy travel distance everywhere in terms of dodging things. Whoops. Ha. That was very silly of me, and we are just going to fall all the way down to Subworld and into the spikes. So that will be the equivalent of the bottomless death pit. Of course, back in the day, we fell off the slide quite regularly in Cool Cool Mountain anyway, so absolutely no stranger to this sort of outcome. So through the portrait we go once again. More of a landscape than a portrait, but you know. I noticed a little chimney in the initial hut. And down we go. Yeah, sure, we'll send us down. And down we go. Yeah, I guess implicitly... I wonder if I were doing this at maximum efficiency, if I would be synchronized with the claw to have this go really smoothly. You know, in terms of landing on claw right away, if I'm speeding through this properly. Anyway, here's the bridge that is not going to warp anywhere in this level, I don't think. But Electro Dude, welcome back. Good to see you around. And yeah, very much the kind of levels that shine as a set. I think individually, you know, the spacing, if you're not aware that it's a remake, would feel a little bit plain in terms of the amount of empty space you're covering, but, you know, given that you are trying to set up the pacing of the original slide level and kind of create that feel of a 64 remake, it works just fine. So, let's see what's going on in the castle. Leonard Shards, welcome. Here's Bowser in the Dark World. Let's take him for a spin. Electrodude. As everybody who streams this game for any amount of time is aware, either Maker or indeed even Super Mario World hacks, Super Mario World's castle theme triggers Twitch's auto-detection of a copyright violation. It's a bit of a long story, but it's an absolute mess that's been going on for at least a year, and pretty much everybody who streams a lot of Mario Maker has encountered it at some point. And yeah, when Super Mario 3D All-Stars came out, it was amazing to see how rusty I was at 64. And I died a lot on the first approach to Bowser, considering that, you know, at that point you're only, what, 8 stars into the game. I was quite surprised at how badly I was doing, and I think part of it was just because 64 was kind of designed with the expectation that you keep your fingers off of the camera button most of the time. And of course nowadays, you know, with 3D games, we're just kind of accustomed to just tapping the camera everywhere. And that approach doesn't actually work very well for 64 at all, especially because the camera was designed around the expectation of buttons, and so everything in 64 just kind of felt really weird for some reason, and so we encountered a kind of embarrassing amount of failure. But that was just during the first night of, you know, trying to fool around with 3D All-Stars just to see what was in the port. I haven't actually streamed it since. At some point I might return to do Galaxy. I mean, I've been poking around with 64 and Sunshine on the side as well. But yeah, Electrodude, the story behind it is that about a dozen years ago, this guy who was about a 15-year-old at the time made this remix of Super Mario World Castle that sampled it very heavily. And for some reason, it got into the copyright database for Twitch's auto-detection. So the problem is that when you play Super Mario World Castle levels for any amount of time, every now and then, Twitch will just mute your stream audio into VOD, which is extremely annoying. And the thing is, enough people have complained about this that the original artist, who is in his late 20s now, is actually aware of it and has tried to intervene. Like, he actually got his own video delisted from YouTube. And so YouTube no longer has the auto-detection problem, as far as I know. But Twitch is still doing it. And the support when it comes to, you know, trying to appeal the copyright strike is absolutely appalling, and that, you know, you can just send in a request to unmute your audio and they'll just sit on it and do nothing. And anyway, it's an absolute mess. But yeah, I was talking to some other Maker streamers about it, because like this happened to me quite often months ago, since I play a lot of puzzle levels, and Super Mario World Castle is very popular for puzzle layouts for all kinds of mechanical reasons, right? Like, you've got the axe, you've got access to spin jumps and up throws and Yoshi and such, you've also got hiding mechanics under the lava. It's just one of the very best puzzle themes. And on a puzzle level, you're also spending a lot of time just, you know, staring at the thing and letting music play. And yes, sorry I'm making a mess of this level, Douglas. That's what happens when I'm talking about copyright at the same time. But anyway, I'm hoping at some point that people will actually get through to somebody, you know, from Twitch's side about the scale of the problem here, and that, like, dozens of Maker streamers and Mario World Kaizo streamers have had to deal with this nonsense. And whoever's in charge of this stuff at Twitch, like, clearly has no idea what's going on or how to handle it, right? So at some point, the issue just has to be escalated until they understand what's going on. But anyway, Doxson, have I ever played Super Princess Peach? No, I haven't, actually. I missed it at the time that it came out on a DS. I do remember when it came out, and I just never got around to it. And I missed it entirely. And I don't have capture equipment to be streaming off the Nintendo portables anyway, so... Although I know that DS is pretty easy to come by in terms of emulation these days. Okay, a bit of a soft failure point here with a P-switch delivery. Kind of an interesting implementation of the stair climb mechanic. Yeah, I see what this is doing. It's the equivalent of the stairs that keep rolling you back down when you're trying to climb the castle approach to Bowser in 64. So this is actually kind of a neat way to implement that. Anyway, let's actually do this properly this time, given that we don't have access to just spinning Bowser everywhere. Alright, now we don't have access to fire either, but that's okay, we'll just bomb him out. If we can. Whoops. Terrible timing on my part. Okay. Not my proudest moment. That's okay, we'll get this done. Yeah, since this is the last level in the world, after this we'll get on straight to the next submission. But of course the two remakes that led up to this, Jolly Roger Bay and Cool Cool Mountain, just took us about a minute apiece, so kind of nice once again to see these as a set. Mildly anachronistic perhaps to have the gusty garden music, but whatever fits. I'll never really get sick of Gusty Garden Galaxy when it comes to boss levels in general, like finale levels, given that it was used for both Grandmaster Galaxy and Champions Road in 3D World. I actually recently unlocked World Crown in my 3D World file, and so at some point we might do a Champions Road stream just to run through the level, because I've always absolutely loved it. And, you know, if I'm going through the trouble of collecting all of the stamps in the 3D World port, I may as well do it on stream. Because it is one of the games that I think is just a pleasure to revisit again and again. Okay, that surprisingly worked. You know what? Why didn't I just lead him off the edge in the first place? It's actually much closer to the original idea of just spinning Bowser and throwing him out of there. Okay. There we go. Thank you for showing us that, Douglas. Let's enjoy the victory music and move on to the next level in the queue. Okay, GN, let's take a look at what you have here. Yeah, thank you once again for that, Douglas. And you did say earlier that you are still working on expanding your world with more 64 remakes, so if you ever need any individual segments playtested, you're quite welcome to send those along as well. Here's a GN World 4-3. And like the previous submission, when we did another GN level, this is very, very popular and widely played. And let's take a look. Okay, what do we got here? Back to something of a more traditional nature. And, you know, just going to enjoy the snow in winter. That seems pretty appropriate. Nothing in the pipe. And yes, more of these Putaboo indicators over here. Glitch, welcome back. Okay, let's see what we can do about Snow Spike up here, if he's doing anything interesting other than just leading us over to the hammer. Alright. Nothing up here, but that's decorative, so, you know, we'll take that. Kind of wonder if I could spin jump up into the pipe. I doubt it, it just looks like a piranha point, but, you know, we'll try it anyway, and miss because I forgot about the fire flower shooting when you spin. Leonard Shards, thank you for storming the Bastille. It's a little early in the year for that, but we'll take it anyway. Yep, French Revolution levels are very welcome here. We're certainly no stranger to those. Just got a party like it's 1789. And yeah, Glitch, thanks for offering me a first clear on Hammer Dash. Unless, of course, somebody wants to grab that code and snipe it first, which you are quite welcome to do. But yeah, looking forward to it, Glitch. Okay, what do we got here? Been kind of a pleasant stroll through this so far. I sometimes think that things like the Podoboo positions might be a little bit excessive in terms of the P blocks as markers, but, you know, I think that's partly to compensate for the fact that we often have different subtle indicators for those in official Nintendo levels that are using artwork that's, you know, peculiar to a specific level. Like if you play something like the new Super Mario Bros. Series, you'll often see quite a lot of unique level artwork that doesn't get repeated, and which gives you a lot of subtle signals for locations like that. So we kind of make do with what we have, I suppose. And, you know, you can't quite use other background materials like semi-solids for that, simply because you can land on them. Particularly with the semi-solid logic being comparatively inflexible in Maker 2 compared to Maker 1. And... oh, there we go. Gonna boom that boom. And grab the key. Glitch, how many French Revolution levels have I gotten? It's a very good question. I mean, I guess you could count the entirety of 4YMM last year, because, after all, it let us eat cake. And thank you for that, GN. Nice traditional stroll in the winter, as before, so thank you for that. And hey, Quick Tom, I used to call you Quick 7 hours 0 minutes, and then after speeding through some of your levels, we decided that was inaccurate. So thank you for coming back. It's been a long time, and thank you for 1-up Scissorhands. We'll hopefully get to that soon enough. You know, Leonard Shards, if you imagine the goal screen in Super Mario World to be kind of a guillotine as the tape comes in over your head. And actually, more accurately, if you just sort of look at the castle axe and imagine that doing the same thing. We see the French Revolution quite a lot around here. So, Doxon, let's take a look at BTY. W73, and yeah, thank you for your maker code. I think your maker code also said it was Mario 64, so we have a bit of a theme going tonight. Jump on into the paintings to collect red coins to save Mario 64 Peach. Yeah, it looks like we are having a bit of a 64 party today. So... oh, feel free to pick any of the levels from your page. Okay, well, you sent me this one, so I'll probably look at that one. But we'll see if there's anything else that you might want to suggest. Like, if there's a particular one you would rather have me play, you can let me know. Otherwise, we might as well just start with your original submission and go in order as you hopefully stick around for more. As much as we would like to skydive to McDonald's in the middle of a pandemic, let's do more 64. And yeah, you've only got a few levels so far. If these go by somewhat efficiently, I'm sure we'll see them all in time. N64. Or as a wise young man once said, Nintendo 64! Nintendo 64! I don't know if people still circulate that old video. But yeah, we have a sort of different Peach's Castle with a different approximation of the portraits given that the kind of thematic material that you can work with in the new Soup style. Here's Bob-omb Battlefield once more. Yeah, and you can see that the gate to the left was Thwomp's Fortress. I don't remember running a Mario 64 remake contest, but I thank all of you for your submissions anyway. Oh, here's the famous chomp of Bob-omb Battlefield that always gives us grief. Oh, should have spun over to Spike Balls. Those Spike Balls have always been a problem for me, even when we played actually Douglas's remake of Bob-omb Battlefield. I think I ran into them constantly as well. Okay, that was an efficient kill. Didn't give us a key, though, or anything of the sort, so I guess... Oh, okay, there were coins, yeah. We just need to collect more pink coins up top. Let's... I think the challenge mostly is just doing things within a certain allotment of time. Let's... Oh, okay, because that's probably on the Thwomp's Fortress side. That's okay. We've got a coin up here, let's just continue to explore. Yeah, I guess we're doing more of Mario 64 in one chunk with the expectation of hitting a repeatable checkpoint, perhaps. Unless we are just expected to speed through this. I would assume that we have to, you know, switch subworlds to get a repeatable checkpoint, but oh, apparently not. Okay. Okay, that's just what I was set up to believe, I guess, with something multi-segment like this. So yeah, we probably should have been playing a little bit more briskly than we've been doing. I don't know if this will unlock anything interesting. Okay. That's not bottomless. We do know that there will be at least 2 more coins that are on the Thwomp side, so we'll take a look at that. And yes, safety coin under the on-off switch. Or rather, the blocks that are activated by the on-off switch in the central section, so we should keep an eye out for that when we eventually toggle on-off at some point. Let's grab this. Never know when it'll come in handy. I think we just dash through this, don't we? No, yes, we do. And yeah, we can go up. Why not? Whoops. Get out of here, Spike. And yeah, Doxon, I mean, you know, this was your first level. It's a learning experience. Structurally, I think when you play enough Mario Maker, you just kind of get conditioned to expect certain things. And I'm not saying that those are necessarily the way you must do them or anything. I'm just saying, like, in terms of player psychology, that's what we just... whoops. This is not 3D World. This is just, you know, what you gradually condition yourself to expect. I think we're done with the Thwomp section, but then we still have safety coin plus 1 more coin to deal with, plus the on-off switch mechanism. So yeah, we need to think about on-off and the final coin. You know what, on-off is just here. That doesn't tell me which coin I'm missing then. You see, Adzi, you joke about that, but the very first thing I made in Maker 2 was a very long level with a clear condition and no checkpoint, and I mean, it was very predictable exactly which complaint I got about that. Okay, we got the safety coin first, which is going to be spectacular, but there's no recycling checkpoints here anyway, so let's just head into what looks like Cool Mountain once again with a different kind of fortress layout. Let's, you know what, yeah, okay, we'll take this. 60 seconds, we can do it. Okay, all done. No, we need some other object here. Or just no other object here. We'll just head back the long way. I have to create some tension for the viewers, of course, as I do the slide. And there we go. And nope, the slide is not actually going to get me where I want. Okay. Cool Mountain is probably just going to be the end of us once again. Oh, you know what? No, here's the door. What am I doing? Here's the door. Now, do we land on top of the gold flag, or do we have to deal with Bowser? We're about to find out in the next 10 seconds. Through the staircase, and we deal with Bowser. Just watch. Just watch. Or is it? Ah, checkpoint 2. There we go. Easy. We have all the time in the world. Of course we're going to take this.
Oh, no.
You have no idea how often that happens. That's okay. We got here just in time. Yeah. Okay. Very convenient of Mario to spec into the shotgun class for purposes of that fight. Oh, quite a bit more ahead of us. Okay. Great. And Doxin going to give himself a plenty of credit here at the end. And we don't have the repeller, but we do have Yoshi, who is going to offer him up for a heroic sacrifice. So yeah, I mean, I can tell it's an early level when you were still kind of working out stuff like checkpoint logic, but pretty thorough sort of all-in-one remake of 64 that is a challenge for people to do quickly, right? Like, even if you do fail to the timer or something, it's fairly simple to map out as long as you don't get stuck in the cool mountain loop the way I did. And so yeah, looking forward to some of the stuff you've made more recently too, as you progressed in making for the game. And yeah, quite a lot of stuff stuffed into one level, as Glitch was saying. Okay, Adzi, let's take a look. Thank you for the follow. And let me just catch up in chat quickly to see if I missed anything critical, because I think I might have missed one or two messages. No, I think I caught most things you were talking about. Yeah, Adzi, you were saying about clear conditions. I am beginning to see, as the game settles in, you know, after having been out for a year and a half, people get a better idea of how to use clear conditions effectively. And I see you have a clear condition on this very level, so we'll see if we have some proof of the principle here as we look at rotating pipes to turn the cube. Use the pipes to rotate the level and escape the frozen cube. Okay, great. But yeah, the very first thing I made in this game, like when I was seeing all the preview content for Maker 2, the thing I was most excited about was stuff like clear conditions. And so I just made this giant level that I think my own clear time on it was something like 6 minutes, and the world record time was about 4 minutes. And it was like this POW escort level that you have to do in one shot, and it was very technically impressive, but you can see specifically what people might not have enjoyed about it. Let's get into... no, wait, we haven't actually done a cube rotation thing yet. Let's actually observe for just a moment. And maybe spin jump up this guy to get up top. I think the initial pipe was just showing us what we can interact with as we drop in. And, whoops. Okay, so much for that idea. Let's respawn him. That'll be faster. Yeah, I always love puzzle layouts. So, as we rotate the cube, let's think about the interior as mapping to the exterior. So we came, into the bottom of the cube, and we came out to this side. So, if we're wrapping around up top, well, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, that gives us a little bit of information to work with. Let's see if we can spin jump off this guy into the top pipe and drop in on the other side so we can see what we're missing on the top half of the cube. Let's do it this way instead. Oh, geez, I almost fell off here because of the way I was reading the semi-solid as being solid. Anyway, the level's going to laugh at me here. Okay, so the orientation isn't exactly the same. But it's going to show me something about the Koopas and Bob-omb segment on the left side. And how does this map to what we saw earlier? I don't think it really does. But then my visual memory is not the best. Looks like we have Fire Flower being mapped to the ice blocks over here as an interaction. The bomb is just going to demolish some of the hard blocks for us as we progress, so let's see how the other pipes are mapped. Okay, that's going to be mapped to the left side pipe. I don't know if we have to do anything else here. Oh, you know what? So far, what do we still have to see? We know we can't get into the right side just yet because of the ice blocks blocking that location. Let's just take a look here. Reach the goal without taking damage. Yeah, I'm guessing... Well, I mean, you can see that there is the Fire Flower, for instance, and that the idea is that you wouldn't be able to deliberately shed any power-ups if that's a strategy you're considering. Okay, so we did see where the on-off switch is, and the on-off switch is going to obstruct this entrance, but it's going to, if we come into a different entrance, give us some other possibilities, perhaps. I think if you're tall, you can actually reach this. That's the implication. Also notice the spring in this location here. No way into that yet until we've demolished some of the hard blocks. Icicle isn't going to do anything useful for us here, but yeah, eventually we want an on-off switch activation that will get us over here. Possibly we also want an object that will allow us to enter this pipe. But we need to go back and think about that. I don't think I can enter this pipe yet. But we should go back to the top side and see if we have missed anything in the initial inspection. I don't think there's a hidden block under the pipe. You know what? It's a semi-solid. One thing I hadn't considered was just doing this. But it doesn't quite give you enough height. So yeah, they're not really naked pipes, they're just half-naked pipes. Let's respawn the spike top once again, just to get to the top position. And see if we can do anything differently once we go back for a second pass. Yeah, when I peeked into the top half, I don't think I quite understood how to read it as a rotation of the cube, because it didn't seem to map to anything quite neatly, but I think maybe if we have like one block demolished here with a bomb, perhaps we can make some headway there. It's a pipe in a bikini? Yeah, it's like a pipe in a two-piece. Okay, so we previously dropped into here. We have 100 seconds left. Not much to do with that. And what do we got here? Okay, so come through this pipe. We don't see much to interact with just yet, I think. Unless there's some kind of other illusion that we haven't been tracking, but let me just think about this for a moment. Yeah, I was expecting, when you said in the description that it would be a rotating cube, that it would be more of a rotation interaction, but I was also wondering if there would be something like a hidden block under the pipes, but I guess that's a bit of a long shot. And yeah, I have yet to rotate it. I know. It was just that I was not sure so far of what to make of the semantics of the top pipe, I guess, in terms of what the top pipe is telling me. I guess it's just a different segment of the cube whatsoever, such that every... Ah, yes, I understand it. The idea is that every pipe... So, you'll remember that when we came out through the top pipe, we were spat out through the left pipe. And that it was kind of an L-shaped angle. I'll show you what I mean. Let's get back in here. Because this is kind of a spatial clue to understanding what's going on. So, let's reload the spike top. And you love everything that's happening? Okay, that's maybe a good sign from the perspective of hearing that from the maker. Yeah, but spatially this is what's happening. Look at the L shape here. Backwards L shape, where you come in this thing, and then you have a 90-degree rotation like that. And when you come in here, look at how this is spitting you in this way. And that you eventually go through a down pipe. So, like, the way I'm pointing right now, this is up. This is left. So, like, going down, we're going left. And how does that help me? We'll have to find out. Because now we're going to go up to the left side of the cube, which means that these pipes to the left side are kind of mapped to a bottom position. So, yeah, glitch, you don't see what to do at all. That's because we haven't actually interacted with very much so far. We see the on-off switches. The on-off switches are the only interactive element that I've really kind of looked at. It may also be that maybe there's a pipe that we can trivially enter that I just didn't really try to enter. So for example, in this zone here, maybe we can in fact enter something like this. If we dash into it, yeah, of course. And yeah, look once again at that kind of L-shaped rotation. So we've rotated this cube in the interior. You see what I mean? So previously we came out this way. We were facing this way as up. And you can tell because of the location of the spring. So that gives me access to the on-off. And I mean, that's the only thing we can really interact with right now, so we'll just do that. And it's going to block the location we came in previously. So just watch this. Yeah, it's going to block this. You know, Glitch, you should have seen the puzzles we were doing yesterday in the puzzle stream. There was a one-screen puzzle that took me about 2 hours. And we were one step away from finishing it, and I put it down. And I think I figured out that step, but if you want to see something that'll really tax like 3 brain cells, you know, like you definitely spend that bank by the end of that level. Okay, just kind of exploring this as a vine block. That's an important clue because it means that when I rotate in some of the other layouts, that will give me a vine going in a different direction. Perhaps when I melt everything. On-off switch over to that side is the sort of spatial equivalent to what we hit previously. Let's come in through here. The change in on-off state is going to lead me through here. It's kind of interesting that even as there is a bit of a rotation quasi-puzzle going on, that as we traverse this layout, the progress of the player is actually more or less linear. Like, there is always a very clear way to go. And yeah, sure, let's hit some of the blocks on this side, although, of course, they're obstructed by the pipe, so I'm imagining these are just coins or, feather, of course. Forgot about the lack of collision on a feather as a possibility there. And that'll give me passage through here. Dropping the icicle. Oh yes, you can't take damage, so I cannot use damage as a potential way to, you know, reset my state back to Small Mario. But let's see what's accessible up here. Yeah, you see, look at this now. We've done a complete rotation of the cube, and we're going to exit through here. So now we're going to see the equivalent of the starting screen, except flipped vertically. Watch this. No, we're not. We're going to see connectivity between... no, we're not. This is actually just flipping the thing once more. Okay, fine. We'll deal with it. Except we now have the cape, and we can fly with it according... Well, assuming that we can get the icicle out of the way. On-off is probably the way to go here. Can I whip the other icicle with a cape? I don't think I can. And I shouldn't try because that would fail to clear a condition. However, on-off switch is going to... Whoops. Give me this. I failed the condition, but I want to scout ahead anyway since I'm running low on time. And yet, this is another cape segment. And so this will be death anyway, so let's restart. But yeah, this is actually more or less linear, you know, in terms of figuring out what to do at any given point. The thing we haven't done yet is interact with the top half of the level, and so we'll just go back to that and think about that when we get to it. Okay. Definitely a small mechanical barrier here in terms of being able to fly cleanly, which is sometimes a problem. Yeah, we're back here. We just come in here, and we'll eventually flip all this around and enter this right to left rather than left to right. Okay, tap this. And we can go through the pipe, but let's tap this first. And through here. And yes, get the feather. Oops. Definitely have to get a little bit careful here with certain things. Yep. This will give me access up top. I don't remember which on-off state we needed to progress here, but we need off. So that's correct. Okay, here's the flight point. Flight point, we will want to fly up to the on-off switch in order to give us access to the pipe on the left, and this was our failure location much earlier when we had much less time on the clock, so... Okay, that's done. Tap this. We don't actually need to fly. but we may as well check. See if there's anything worth interacting with. Okay, here we go. Let's be careful with the icicle up there. That could really spoil our day. A key door. Okay, interesting. Aw. Didn't like that. Okay. This looks like it might be something. But I can't imagine what it would be, given that, yeah, it would be kind of tricky to fly up to that location without something to use here. However, tapping the on-off switch and respawning into the previous room might be something useful. I feel like flying accurately into that location seems a bit tricky. We might as well try, just be diligent, but... Whoops. It's going to be a little bit touchy, I think. Whoops, no. Right, because there's no way... yes, I think it is the block, because the only way out of this room is to grab the key. The only visible source of a key is the coin block, which is actually a key block. So we do, in fact, need to gain a bit of height there and get up to that properly. So let's do that. Okay. Through we go. And we'll just do this a little bit faster every time. That's going to be a little bit dangerous, but that's how we'll do it. Yeah, considering the theme of the rotation, once again, I was saying earlier, it is pretty interesting to see just how controlled the player's progress through this level really is in terms of having a reliable and finite set of things that you can interact with. With the main risk factor, of course, just being slamming your head against icicles. Yeah. Okay. And having some of the pipes freeze up on you from time to time, let's just get rid of that safely somehow. Oh, whoops. Hang on. No. You know, there's a big puzzle level that we've been working on the stream recently as well. We've solved it a couple times because there are multiple exits, but the thing that got me every time in that level as well was a particular segment that involved the upswing with the cape. And despite having spent a lot of time with the cape back when Super Mario World was current, 30 years ago, I seem to fail repeatedly to cape-related execution mistakes all over this game. Hey, what happens if you loop back around? Let's do that. Okay, no, I mean, we've done that, so nothing special. And I'm okay with labyrinths, but I can see for a level like this why, you know, you would still get the thematic idea across, and actually quite impressively, while still delivering a more or less linear experience, if that's what you're going for. But, so yeah, I can tell that it was very carefully tuned to, you know, work in a determined sequence without being very breakable. And so yeah, this is where we needed to hit with the feather earlier. And yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff with the cape that I definitely, you know, didn't really know until I played Maker 2, even after playing with the cape for so long back in Super Mario World originally. The same kind of goes for the implementation of the Tanuki Leaf in SMB 3, both of the Maker games. If any of you know the maker Deaf to Spies, who actually comes to this stream very often, Deaf to Spies has tons of levels that do advanced flight tech, including a lot of music levels that are all about flight tech, and so I've just learned a ton of stuff from playing things like that. So we'll just do that. Okay. Tap that. So yeah, definitely it's a level that presupposes familiarity with a cape, and that's okay. I mean, that's just a mechanical requirement of playing this. It's perfectly fair. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to go up the right side because the icicles are going to be a problem. However, do I wonder if I just want to do a spin fly, actually. If I do it a bit more accurately, I think a spin fly might actually be better. I don't know, it's a little bit tricky. The other thing is I can check for an invisible block that's underneath this pipe over here. I doubt it, but it's worth checking. Okay. Guess it's just a flight test then. I think it is very much just a straight up flight test. Spinfly seems to be a little bit more accurate for getting me what I want, so we can try that. Oh, I think maybe the thing that's happening is that I'm inadvertently clinging onto the vine, and if I'm not doing that, then maybe I can do this. On-off switch isn't going to do anything for me here. It's going to give me an awe. It's going to fill us with awe. So yeah, might be something mechanical we're not doing correctly here. Well, Glitch is not really a puzzle level. It's actually more of a cape flight level than it is a puzzle level, to be honest. It's more that the rotation is sort of a theme more than anything to kind of create a really interesting sense of space as you go through this. Hey, Zanitu, welcome. Doing pretty well so far. We've gotten through a decent number of levels so far today. Right now I'm seeing how I can reach the question block for the key that's going to get me through this door. I may be missing something about flight tech, perhaps. And I have 140 seconds to figure it out. I don't know if it is just something mechanical I'm missing about flying. It's entirely possible, actually, given the way that the ledges are laid out here. But the code is for your Batman-themed RPG level where you have to match with the Riddler. I like the sound of that. Riddle me this, Batman. Okay, we're doing something mechanically not great. Zanitu, I usually request no hints for things like puzzles. Sometimes what happens if I'm really stuck is that the way I like to do things is I will ask the maker questions so they can kind of control the flow of information without spoiling anything. There we go. It was just a matter of jumping up the vine. I don't know what was so hard about that. Anyway, Drop of Doom. And a lot of pipes giving us coins. Let's do the Drop of Doom a little quickly so we can get through this in the remaining 70 seconds. Okay, that's actually it. Of course we're going to do the silly thing and check the cube. So I guess the original entry location at the top of the blue pipe cube was nothing. Just something cosmetic. Okay, that's fine, we'll take it. Ran out of pipes, yeah. Anyway, cool level. Oh, it's an Easter egg. Okay, so maybe like a reference to one of your other rotation levels. Ah, the first draft. Okay, nice. Glad I have you here to spell out things like that as a bit of a director's commentary. Oh, it didn't throw me off. I like exploring. We do that kind of thing often. Whoops. VNX QD2 9HF. Hammer Dash. Can you make it to the end using nothing but your wits and a hammer? I'm reading that as like your wits, like a German wits. Can you make it to the end without anything but wits and a hammer? Well, we'll see about that. Glitch, thank you for offering me first clear. If anybody else wants to race to the first clear with your game open, of course, you're quite welcome to do that. You will probably win. It's always appreciate it when makers entrust me with this. We, of course, have no idea what the actual difficulty of this will be, but Glitch gives us some things that can be tricky. Okay, we have to account for the hammer lag time. That's the main thing that's going to be the challenge. I did not expect a Thwomp parachute, and I thought it was going to go fast. So, main thing is the hammer lag time. And not killing the Thwomp. Okay. That was not correct. We need to hammer something towards that, maybe? I don't know. Or, let's see here. Oh no, boxes. Boxes. That's easy. Okay. Let's do the sensible thing for once and read the level properly. Thinking so hard about hammer tech that we, just forgot the obvious. There we go. Very satisfying little gimmick over there, in fact. Oh, no, that's not a hammer moment. That's going to be... Or rather, not a box moment. That's going to be a hammer moment. I mean, that was actually easy to read. I just didn't do it correctly. Yeah. This level has been perfectly fair so far, which is not demonstrating playing very well. Okay. Sometimes we don't read very quickly, so let's see what's going on here. We're going to lose this attempt, obviously, but on-off switch on the top side. It's going to be demolishing the blocks underneath the blaster such that the blaster fires a bullet to the on-off switch to the left. Okay, yeah. I was just reading that too slowly. Oops. There we go. Nearly flubbed that as well. Okay. And, yeah, Zunitu, if I like exploration, I'm going to have a trip on your level. Well, looking forward to that. We'll see how the Batman theme comes through as well, because Batman is one of those things where I've realized with time that I'm actually a bigger Batman enthusiast than I think I am, in that, like, it's a series I have followed for a surprisingly long time, and I never thought of myself as a particular fan of it or anything, but I consume a surprising amount of Batman stuff, or have in the past, and so I was like picking up on some of that as I go. It's been a while since I've caught up on the comics line, of course. I used to just catch up on a couple of the major graphic novels and binges, stuff like Long Halloween and so on. That was a miss. And of course there were all the Riddler puzzles that were in the Arkham games as well. Thought they were quite a lot better in Arkham Asylum than in City, but, they were different kinds of challenges. Like, Arkham City was much more about collectibles and flight skills and all that, much more about execution. And Arkham Asylum was much more a series of puzzle interactions. Oh, I forgot that you can't actually Yes, you can. You can roll in this style. I just did it poorly. Okay. One of the issues here is that I have been playing 3D World lately, and 3D World has slightly different controls when it comes to some of the advanced tech, particularly with the cat. But also with things like, you know, some of the advanced dashing and jump tech and such. And so, like, lately, when I'm switching between the two games, between 3D World and Maker, I have had a bit of occasional confusion. Also because I'm switching between controllers, too. Like, I'm too slow. Oh, actually, no. Because if the thwomp stops on the blocks on the left side, it should continue. I don't know why I'm doing that. Maybe it is supposed to go back and forth, but we'll see. I feel like I am too slow, though, in that I do want it to continue so you can keep the thwomp in its parachute state like this. But maybe it's fine. I don't know. But it seems like the thwomp resetting to that secondary position, like going left, is probably not what we want. But let's continue. Okay, that was unexpected. Oh, whoops. No, I need to drop a crate here. I just didn't even see the spot. Let's drop it more accurately. Just gonna practice this to figure out the location, because... yeah, it looks like we need to stand on a pretty precise spot over here. Also, that we're on a timer. Yeah, so we're on a timer, so the swamp can't stop going forward, because otherwise we just die to the timer. And... I didn't know that the, Robert Pattinson Batman was based on Long Halloween. I mean, they say that about everything, though. Like, there's actually so much stuff in the Nolan trilogy that was distinct from the previous history of Batman cinema and television, because it was taking so much inspiration from, you know, some of the big trade paperback stories like that, like with the Falcone family and so on from year one. Like I said, I don't think of myself as particularly knowledgeable about Batman, so I'm always surprised that I still have like, all this stuff stored in memory. Okay, so this is going to bounce me up. Let's get the crate in here accurately. Nope, nope. Okay. This is actually going to be one of the more challenging things in the level, I think. Unless I just come up here and roll. I don't know why I would go through the pipe. I'd just go upstairs and roll, unless the on-off activation... oh yes, the on-off activation. Okay. That's what would preclude that. Yeah. The thwomp lift is kind of a neat surprise. It's just the crate placement is really going to kill me, I think. But yeah, pretty neat idea, though. I think this level actually generally is pretty fair about giving the player enough time to do the read. I'm just slower than usual today in terms of seeing what's going on. Okay. Okay, just in time. You know what? We can totally do it upstairs. I'd rather do it this way. Oh, something's not right. Oh, is there an interaction here that I am not seeing? Because if you have the crate thrown through the pipe, is that supposed to activate an off-screen on-off switch? That's how I'm reading this now, and having it off-screen does seem a little bit opaque, if that's what's going on. I mean, I guess the implication there was that I was supposed to throw a crate in the pipe instead of trying to use the crate to go through the pipe, but... you know, naturally when I see a single slot like that, I'm thinking, oh, how can I put a crate in there so I can move? But that's one of the challenges of building around a hammer suit, I think, is that the crates actually make it so flexible that there's a ton of stuff the player is going to be tempted to try. And okay, let's do that instead. On-off switch? Yes! Okay, I see it now. Yeah, it's off-screen at the time. That's why I can't... oh... huh. Huh. No crate placement, just throw it in the pipe. Yeah, I'm not sure because Because you can't actually see the on-off switches on the screen at that point, it's a little bit unclear that that's the interaction, but... Whoops.
Oh no!
But I'll have to think about that. And I'm still not sure what I'm misreading about that segment when it comes to the on-off switch, like whether I'm supposed to throw another crate somewhere. I mean, I guess this segment here kind of trains the player to expect a crate throw, so... Yeah, Glitch, when it comes to sort of signaling, like, you know, pipe equals crate, the issue with that is that you introduce enough new ideas in a short span of time that sometimes I still am in the mode of thinking if you're still introducing new mechanics, right? Like, I'm always on the lookout for, okay, here's a new thing I have to do with the hammer. And so, you know, sometimes stuff like that will not necessarily lead me to do the familiar thing, as opposed to the new thing, so... Yeah, Zenitsu, I was actually familiar with the Adam West Batman first, which surprises people sometimes because, you know, I'm kind of from a generation where most people first encountered Batman through the 90s animated series, but I knew the Adam West material much better, you know, back when Egghead and King Tut were a much bigger presence. Okay. Alright, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, I'm just not going through fast enough. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I'm just supposed to bust through quickly because the on-off switch is on a timer. Okay. Yeah. I do think the hammer suit is one of the most challenging items to build around from a playtesting perspective. Because it gives the player too much freedom in some ways. And in other ways, it also has that sort of mechanical clunkiness of the wind-up time. So it does restrict the player in that sense, in terms of, like, you know, making certain kinds of timings impossible. But it's very unpredictable what the player is going to try sometimes, right? So, which is why, you know, playtesting with it is so valuable. This is way too slow. Way too slow. I need to go for that immediately, yeah. Okay. Okay, there we go. And we'll just progress once again. Dodge. Definitely some tight dodges in here, but we'll get in there, slap that just in time, and then... yeah. Okay, nope, missed. Slam that thing against a ledge. Maybe generally the right idea, but... yeah, I need to race the on-off switch because it is kind of on a timer, and I need to get past the gate with a couple of hammer strikes. Yeah, having played a lot of Thwomp riding levels, it's easy to occasionally get trapped in the mentality of keeping pace with the Thwomp rather than thinking about pulling ahead or staying behind, if you know what I mean. And whoops. No, I just completely flubbed that. DJ Switch player, welcome and thank you for the submission. Looking forward to Koopa Troopa Coin Factory. Hey, toss this in once again. And what do we got? Alright, that's gonna hit. And that's gonna hit. No, no, spawn, spawn. Okay. Yeah, just flip the input there for some reason. Wanted to get that in, and I feel like I stalled a little bit too much at the entrance here in terms of timing. Lost about half a second, which may end up mattering depending on how tightly tuned the timer is. Yeah, I guess the timer is the main way you're controlling the fact that the thwomp must always go forward. But okay. Let's see if we can get this. There we go. Timer isn't tight of about 4 seconds. Okay. Not going for the record here then. Nope, it's too slow. Yeah. We really do need to get in position accurately as soon as we do the throw. And I think the idea is that, yes, I must get on the other side of that gate. By that time, we're low enough on time that I think I am just 1 or 2 major interactions away from the end, by the looks of it. So we'll see how things go. No, missed. Not going to be good enough. You do have to be fairly accurate. Let's punch that once again. And again. Yeah, okay. Bad directional control there. And Zonitu, we've played enough of Glitch's levels on this stream to know that, yes, he is quite mad. Yeah, Glitch is kind of a 3D World boss specialist. And we've played quite a lot of levels that have a lot of these interactive, switch-based 3D World mechanics. Go on. And yeah, GN, thank you for your submission earlier. Sorry you can't stay for the other one, but we'll hope to catch you next time. Do enjoy your day. Yeah, I love the 3D World style as well. I think when the game came out, the possibility of 3D World puzzle mechanics was gravely underrated. Like, people really overlooked how much you can do along the vein of, you know, puzzle thinking. Simply because everybody, like, really had all these mechanical ambitions that were carried over from the Maker 1 tech that was already familiar. And yeah, it's true that, you know, we'd all love to have proper enemy stacking and such, given that 3D World was the game with enemy stacking, but there's actually a ton of stuff you can do with 3D World that I think is still being explored. Okay, race. Oh, no, we needed to move forward a little bit. The wind-up time on a hammer actually threw me off there slightly. I was spamming the button, and that just froze me in position, and that was not the right way to do it. So yeah. I think I am clearly supposed to race that location there and just get ahead of the thwomp as fast as possible. But we'll need to fall into it much more accurately in order to do that after we are done with the great throw. Okay. Nope. Mistake.
Oh no!
And yeah, the one-tile on-off blocks really opened up tons of stuff in 3D World. It was already true of the P blocks as well. Like, there's so much mechanically that you needed some kind of, you know, disappearing tile location to actually make possible. And so even before they patched in on-off for 3D World, like when they, like the single tile on-off blocks, rather, key blocks were already such a huge gain for the style. Okay, we just keep getting stuck with the inputs in that location. Needs to be crate throw, and then duck, and then roll. And yeah, we'll just pick some of that up as we go. Hey, Explicit, welcome. Okay. And let's just try to get ahead for once. Okay, have to control our rolling distance here pretty accurately. The margins here are generally pretty good. I think sometimes that semi-solid there throws me off, but we should have long jumped up here actually. Yeah, I'm too slow. I need to get there much faster. If I'm able to long jump there without the delay from slamming into the wall, that's probably the right idea. Yeah, I'm getting off the thwomp and ahead of the thwomp much too slowly. And that's clear to me now, because by the time we hit the second column of blocks, the thwomp is underneath me, and that's going to be too late. Okay. So, you need to leap ahead sometimes to do the escort properly. Stay on the right edge so we have a decent falling location. Let's actually prepare this ahead of time for once. Nope. Too slow. Yeah. That's just an execution error there. So, Explicit, you were saying you were making a level in an area you don't know much about. And I'm okay with trying anything, you know. You know I'm quite comfortable doing alpha or beta testing on this stream, even when the results are disastrous. Oops. And yeah, TJ Switch player, as I was saying, like, I have lately been playing 3D World, and there is a lot of adjustment to go between 3D World and Maker 3D World. Like, one of the things I think that makes people uncomfortable with 3D World in Mario Maker is that it is like learning a brand new game without ever having played the original game, right? So there's so much stuff that is actually really, really good tech in Maker 3D World that people never use because you can't presume familiarity with a lot of the stuff like the advanced cat tech. And some of the advanced cat movement tech is fantastic, you know? And okay, we missed. Oh, we have to go so much faster in order to do that. We are way too slow.
Oh no!
And, okay, that's the clear condition with a flag at the end. I was good? Huh, interesting. Okay. Thwomp hitting the block there is going to be slowing it down slightly. Hopefully that's not going to kill the run or anything. Okay, here we go. But yeah, the mechanical differences between two games like really throw me off in either direction. Like I mess up so many cat mechanics in 3D World now, and after playing a lot of 3D World lately, I'm getting used to it, but okay, once again, yeah, what's happening is the thwomp squishes that block when we are still standing on it, we drop, then we get squished by the thwomp, and so we need to go faster. But the thwomp can't die, right? Like, you do need to send it across, and so I haven't really gotten a good read on that series of interactions just yet. Whoops. And change character to Luigi. Yeah, just 1 second, Explicit, and I will get that in for the next attempt. Thank you for redeeming that.
Okay.
And we'll mark that as redeemed in just a moment. It's going to kick in with the next attempt, not with the current one, and I will keep that until the end of the level. Thwomp dies at the end. It seemed like the Thwomp was dying pretty early, though, because it was giving me the buzzing sound for doing things badly. I don't know, I didn't quite get the read of what was going on in that section, so... Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I need to go back and actually read that section, because think I might have misunderstood something there. Anyway, here's Tall Luigi gonna do his own little roll in that one tall slot. Luigi, being very agile, is going to do that without too much fuss. No, can't do that. I wonder if I just need to get ahead of the thwomp entirely. But long jump seems like it should be the method. Like, get on the thwomp, long jump immediately. But the gate is going to be controlled by the first activation of the on-off switch anyway, right? So let's go back there and see. Reasonably close though. And like I was saying, like a lot of the timings actually feel decently relaxed. Like they're not really that tight. There are locations where I've been slow to read what's going on, but in general I don't feel like I'm really crunched when it comes to making sure that thwomp doesn't hit any walls on the right side. Like this location with the throw does seem tightly spaced sometimes. Yeah, once again the long jump taking me a little too far ahead and hitting the wall was too much of a delay. Okay, let's actually control it accurately for once. That was not accurate. And there we go. And okay, tap that. And tap that. And we'll just do it until it works. But yeah, clearly just a timing issue on my part when it comes to getting ahead of the thwomp in that segment. Yeah, the hammer does really have serious problems with responsiveness in that when you do have the wrong input, it takes a long time to get back to right input and make a course correction, and so you have to be very crisp in order to play with it. It's kind of too bad. Like, I feel like the implementation could have been better on Nintendo's side. You know, when you sort of compare the traditional responsiveness of striking abilities like the Tanuki Tail and so on, the cooldown time on a hammer is really noticeable. Okay, pull back there. There we go. Okay. Oh, maybe I just did need to long jump accurately, except... Yeah. And yes, Zunito, we do jinx ourselves like that often. Does happen to me all the time. But hey, you know, that's just a kind of mistake that you hopefully learn from. Yeah, I guess the thwomp is going to give you the buzzing sound whenever it dies, because the buzzing sound is just attached to the thwomp. So if the thwomp dies in that location, maybe, as Glitch was saying, that is expected behavior, given that there's nowhere for it to go once you get into the glass pipes at the end. So all I'm doing basically is I'm not long jumping through the spike blocks at the end correctly. And I have to do so quickly, right, in order to beat another on-off timer, if I'm understanding that correctly. Or to kind of match my speed with an on-off activation that has to be on screen at a time. It has the buzzing noise for an early death because you have to race the box. Yes. Oh, I see. Because by that time, the thwomp should be off screen then. Yeah. Yeah, I have to race the box. Yeah, I was looking at the bomb in the bottom right with the on-off switch, like the last on-off switch before the flag. And I was thinking that kind of looked like a race. The issue I have with the racing segments is simply that they are kind of hard to see blind, and that, you know, you don't have any reason to expect they are coming in terms of when to go fast. So sometimes that's a bit unclear to me from a signaling perspective. But nope, took damage. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, and we have to get off of the blue blocks as well before that strikes. That's going to be tricky. I don't know about that ending. I think it's a little bit difficult to read from a timing perspective. Like, I know it's probably supposed to just have one single accurate timing that lines up with a switch activation perfectly. I don't know if I can read what that timing is when it comes to make my own adjustment, so... whoops. Once again. I suppose the point of having Mario Maker 3 is when we are finally off the Switch as a system. I do not expect Mario Maker 3 on the Switch. I don't think that would do anything other than split the community. And, yeah, I think Mario Maker 2 has plenty of longevity left in it. I think there's quite a lot that people want from further developments in Mario Maker. That, you know, it feels like there's a long way that this game can still go. You know, the thing about Maker 1 was that new stuff about Maker 1 was being developed and discovered and used all the way until the month that Maker 2 came out. Like, I remember there was this new, like, chain chomp flight tech or something in terms of launching forward flying chomps and blasters and such that was coming in just as Maker 1 was winding down. And it's going to be that way with this game. Like, there's still a lot of tech research that's going on in this, and lots of stuff that's people are still discovering, even though the fact that certain things are either very tightly managed or very aggressively patched by Nintendo does create some limits. Nope. We're not doing this accurate. I have to practice this. Yeah, it's going to be that, and then we basically have to get in the air at a very precise moment when the switch is activated, and then we need to, like, fall against the right side wall and against a flag. Yeah, so there is a very precise timing there, and I'm not sure it fits very well with the other challenges in this level, in that it doesn't really seem to be the same kind of skill set, if you know what I mean, when it comes to completing the finish. But we'll get there, and we'll see if we can do it. Too fast. Yeah, Explicit, I haven't been following the Pokemon stuff very carefully, but it seems like the Pokemon Legends thing is kind of an open concept that's like an elaboration of the wild area in Sword and Shield. That's how I understood it, anyway. But, as I said, I don't follow Pokemon particularly closely, so I haven't gotten into a lot of those new announcements in much detail. Whoops. Yeah. That weird crouch roll was kind of throwing me off there in terms of distance. Oh, whoops. Yeah, and I know there's a remake of Diamond and Pearl as well. Yeah, Switch is going to be along for a while, and I actually really hope it does sustain for a while. Particularly given how huge the third-party and indie software library is on it. Like, you don't want people to just kind of abandon their purchases by moving on to a new ecosystem, right? Like, I think it's the right move for the Switch software ecosystem to be kind of like the console equivalent of Steam in a way, where, you know, you just carry your library forward through with generational upgrades. And given how aggressively they were trying to get a lot of indie and traditionally PC developers on board this generation, I think that is what they're going for. And I approve of it. But nope. Late on a final jump. I basically need to get on top of the blue blocks after the wall jump and long jump immediately towards the wall, and the timing should be correct. So let's get it on the next good attempt. Pitch Shifter, welcome. Okay, I think I understand this. Timing in a final segment did require a little bit of trial and error to see properly, but I think it is just long jump as soon as I land on the blue blocks, and that should solve the problem. Okay, here we are. Yeah. Okay, pull back a little bit on the long jump so we don't hit the wall. That's the little optimization we're making there. Need to be more accurate in general. Yes, we want to long jump off of the middle blue block out of that set of 3, because that's what should give me the jump arc. I think it is taking a little bit of trial and error to sort that out, but, you know, we'll try to get it. Okay. And Pitch Shifter, thank you for your latest submission. I'll read a title in a bit when I'm not mid-level. Here we go. Pull back. There we go. Okay, no. I was early that time. I long jumped, I just hit the wall before the switch activation. Yeah, I don't know about that. It seems really difficult to actually spot the timing on the last jump there. Like, it feels very, very trial and error. Because you can't actually see the progress of the crates through the pipe when it's going through the lava, right? So, I don't know about that ending. I feel like it's not quite playing to the strengths of everything else that is going very well with the level prior to that. Like, I really like the whole font segment. I don't really know about that ending, but as you know, I'm not really a precision style player, so maybe Spike Precision people will get more of a kick out of that kind of thing. Okay. There we go. Yeah, once again, too early. Maybe I shouldn't be long jumping then, because the long jump will just slam me against the wall. Or I just need to delay the long jump by like half a second. It's okay, Glitch. We'll try to give it a few tries just to get that first clear. I don't know if you plan to revise anyway, but you know, we'll try to do it. Like you know that I'm always kind of being picky about levels even when I am enjoying them a lot, so don't take it as a sign that I don't want to finish. I mean, you know, we're just trying to give you useful playtesting information. Here we go. Okay. Slammed into the wall, that's going to be death. Yeah. And yeah, Glitch, if you're taking off, sure, we'll just call it at this point. First clear is still available for people who want to try it. We've basically seen the level, I just don't have the final jump timed accurately. So if you have to go anyway, we'll just move on for now. Yeah. So yeah, have a good bedtime. You're welcome to resubmit either this version or a revision, and thanks again for offering the first clear, even if we couldn't quite pull it off. And yeah, it's a great concept. Tempest Funk, welcome. Leonard Shards, you are still here, so let's pick that up and look at 49V. EGW. 1MG. Yeah, if people want to connect with each other for level chatter outside of the stream, we do have a Discord channel attached to this Twitch channel. It tends to be fairly quiet, but I do post the scheduling updates there, and, you know, we have a couple of good makers there that like to talk about this stuff. But here's Storming the Bastille. Oh, right, yes, the French Revolution level we were talking about earlier. Good level. Very fun. 10 out of 10 recommend. Some light Kaizo and boomerang fun to the tune of about 1%. The 6 to 7 minute clear time will probably not tell us much, given that there are only 4 clears on this so far, so let's take a look. This is Leonard Shard's level, and yeah, over 1%, the word Kaizo does not scare me for stuff of that nature. Okay, we are no longer on a 20-second timer or a 40-second timer, so well... Just, oh, I see, it's going to be a boomerang manipulation thing, where you hit the spike ball, and that's going to bounce, and it's going to deflect. And it's going to give me the key, which does what? It's going to get me through here. Okay. So yeah, that's just a bit of a tutorial thing to tell you that you should be hitting the spike balls. I'm going too fast for that. Okay. Okay. We just need to slow down slightly on that segment. Whoops. Whoops. Love how the 10 coin is just slightly out of reach of the boomerang when the boomerang just goes through the pipe, you know, as if to very explicitly disappoint the player and draw attention to the fact that the spike ball is the way to go. Okay, no need to jump, because hitting the spike ball on the bottom tile is going to be good enough when it comes to spacing, so... once again, I should not have gone that quickly. I got it first try and then I couldn't get it? Yeah, that happens often. And there we go. Yeah, no need to jump. We don't want to do that, though. Luigi regrets everything. Okay. So yeah, let's not do the backspin this time. I was just about to comment that, you know, it's kind of nice to have that sort of saucer interaction, I guess. Okay, that's going to sink, but the blasters that fell are going to remain in place. Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of people, when they see that for the first time, are really going to go for that aggressive timing, like I did, but I'm actually more patient than most players, right? So I find that, like, if I'm rushing, then other players are definitely going to be rushing. Anyway, going to have spike balls come through here. Maybe grab the 50 coin in the end after it bounces over the mushroom platform. I see. So it's going to be timing the on-off switch such that you send a spike ball through each of these successive pipes and mushroom platforms. We need to... Ah, yes. I didn't see the 2 red blocks in the middle there. Missed. Missed. Yeah, you need to come up here. You need to deflect the second ball. Then you need to hit the on-off switch in order to get it over the mushroom platform that bounces it up top. Okay. Easy. Okay. There we go. Of course we're checking this. Nice. Always nice to see somebody reward the player for playing in my style, I guess, in terms of poking around for no particular reason. P block seems to indicate the contact point we're aiming for in order to get it up the pipe. It looks like we'll probably need to do a double hit. Oh, no, not like that. Yeah, I was hoping to send it up top. It'll bounce back against the left side spring, and then we bounce it again from the top layer, right? Except I need to hit it a bit more accurately in order for it to do that. Yeah, here we go. And we were taught from the last segment to go a bit slower here. So, We need to bop shell on the left side, obviously. Did it despawn on us? I don't know. Things remain globally loaded when they are in the clear pipe. We know that from having played some puzzles that use that mechanic, so... sending the spike ball in the pipe should keep it alive until such time as it pops out. But I couldn't quite see where the pipe was taking it, so we'll have to go back to that segment and redo it. And yeah, Zenitsu, I was pretty happy with seeing that kind of secret placement. It's a neat little extrapolation of what the level is already telling you about how to read it. Okay, so let's come through here. Oops, there we go. Mushroom platform. And we've seen the 1-ups already, so we'll just skip that this time and come back here. Yeah, I was previously hitting the spike ball too low, and so it wasn't quite getting the deflection I wanted. Do I want to race it now? Looks like it's going to be wall slide down here. Okay. Wall jump up here. Nope. Hopefully, well, it's a checkpoint, so we'll get a boomerang, so. Very fortunate for us there that we were not punished too hard for the inaccuracy. Oh, okay, that really takes off right away. Didn't expect that. Okay, that's going to be a boomerang deflection to the left side with a spike ball to clear up space above the semi-solid, and then, yeah, spike ball clears left to right, we go up, we hit more on-off switches. All fun and games. Yeah, given how patient... No, let's not start over. Given how patient some of the previous content was, I think I was caught off guard slightly by how fast you have to take off here, but, you know, that's... You get fair warning from everything coming down through the ceiling, of course, so... Okay. Let's go up this way. No, we need to hit the on-off switch in order to send it through the pipe. Yeah, okay. I saw the switch, I just didn't think about that since the spike ball was already broken. I wonder if I do have to take the platform up on the left side rather than doing the high jump like that, so I am able to hit the on-off switch quickly enough. I think I will have to do that. Whoops, just missed. Let's not restart. And Explicit, can I make a puzzle troll level on stream like a guide? I'm not really a troll maker, I just tend to play them. I actually have not made a troll in this game, it's just that people send them to me, and I don't even consider myself a very experienced troll player, but then troll makers tell me that I look like an experienced troll player. Probably just because I've done too many of them at this point. But, oh, okay. Let's race it up. Whoa, okay. No, we needed to deflect it. Otherwise... yeah, we need to deflect it, otherwise we can't get through a lot of this stuff here. The spike ball needs to stay alive for some reason. That reason is not apparent to me yet, but it will be by the time the spike ball comes up through the pipe on the left side, so... Yeah, very clear to me what I'm supposed to do here, and why I'm failing. I actually kind of like that I can scout ahead a little bit even when I am technically dead. Okay. And yeah, the timing is not too tight at all, actually. It's pretty relaxed. Okay. Nope, I was trying to fling that to the left, and I was just a little out of position. And if I had come up slightly faster, or if I had fired the boomerang slightly faster, that would not have been an issue. Explicit 200, when it comes to, yeah, becoming more knowledgeable with playing trolls, or making trolls, like... You definitely want to talk to people who are troll makers. Oh, no. Get the boomerang. Let's go back through the pipe. And a lot of it is playtesting, right? Like, a lot of troll makers... You know, they learn a lot about how to do things and how not to do things through playtesting and through solving a lot of trolls themselves. Like, obviously trolls use a lot of things like hidden tech and surprising tech, but the thing that really distinguishes the best troll makers is that they understand a lot about what a player is going to try and what a player is going to see first. And that kind of playtesting knowledge is something that, you know, you kind of develop by seeing people play other trolls or play your stuff, and by kind of studying, you know, what it is they notice first. And that's kind of the mark of a good puzzle maker as well, in terms of even non-troll puzzles. Like, a lot of it is predicting what is a player going to notice first and what are they going to see. Okay. Oh, how did I miss? I missed a boomerang in that location, and now everything's going to go a bit too slowly, I think. Yeah. Short bounces will let me catch up in this location a bit, and okay, fairly generous timing there. I'm glad I managed to rescue myself from that. Boss time with Boom Boom doing some kind of spinning. Okay, we're dead. We're dead, but let's read this fight just to learn it. Oh, we have extra boomerangs, actually. Hey, I actually kind of like this power-up replenishment setup here. That's kind of fun. The idea is to send a spike ball through the pipe, and to do so a couple of times. I guess the boomerang next to spike is telling you, it's there just as a visual signal to tell you that that's the replenishment point. So yeah, let's redo this fight quickly. Neat setup. Okay, and yeah, same as before, we'll just hit this as often as possible. That's going to get one hit, and that's okay because we get more boomerangs. Except that spike ball died for some reason. Yeah, you do have to be fairly accurate, so... Oh, I see. It's the on-off pattern down on the lower level that is going to be relevant here. That if we manage to hit every spike ball, we should never have a spike ball rolling around on the bottom, and then we control the positioning of the spike ball that goes through the pipe by whacking the switch in the bottom right manually with the boomerang. Okay. Yeah, the thing about powering up during boss battles is that, like, you kind of have to make the player earn the replenishment. I think that's the trick to making those designs successful. That the player has to feel like they have to, you know, work for the right to continue and to kind of defend that gain. And you can do that too with boss battles that have infinite refreshing power-ups, but I think there has to be a sense of work, you know? So it doesn't feel like you're just camping a location. Great. Yeah, really like the tuning of that fight in terms of the power-up balance and, you know, the kind of requirement to get yourself out of trouble, so... Yeah, very nice boomerang fight. Yeah, that's the thing about power-up fountains, is that, like, if you're going to have a power-up fountain, there should be a reason to take a risk to get there and take a risk to get back out, I think. And that's what a lot of people who just, you know, do the sit on the fire flower fights don't really tend to understand. This was a pretty good elaboration of the platforming concept into the boss concept, though, so that was nice to see. 6 minutes, of course, is an extremely vulnerable world record. That's not going to stick. But thank you for that. Yeah, Leonard, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. Let's take a look at what's next. Okay, quick, if you are still hanging about, please check in, and then we will take a look at what you have in store for us this time. I don't know if Quick actually stayed, so if Quick is not checking in, we will move on down the list. So I don't see Quick on the online list, and so yeah, sometimes list online explicit is a bit inaccurate in terms of who's in, so that's why I always do a bit of a check first. That's okay. Quick knows where to find me. He's been around for some time. So we'll just remove and move on to Zonitu, who I believe is still here from chat just a minute ago, so take a look at that code. And yeah, I completely expect that people will kind of drop in and out from time to time or be unable to stay. I do tend to do fairly lengthy playthroughs. Okay, riddle me this, Batman Rio. Where's the Riddler's hideout? Solve his riddles to fly to Batwing there. Maxed out world record from Waste Time. Very appropriately named player, Waste Time. And 2 clears. Okay, Zonitu, just so you know, yes, I do play very large-scale puzzle levels on this stream. On viewer levels, I will not necessarily finish this in one segment, but lately I have been doing dedicated puzzle streams where I am willing to spend like hours on a single level. So I will sample this level. I will see how much progress we make in a reasonable amount of time. And if we are nowhere close to finishing, I will save it for one of the puzzle streams, in terms of actually trying to finish the thing. Assuming I like it, of course. But let's do this. That's the policy. And you just spoke up in chat a minute ago, so I assume you're still here, but... Riddle me this, Batman Rio. Okay. Here's the W. Very loud audio cue there. And P-switch in this location, which leads me to check this and this. Okay, P-switch is going to drop the mantra on top. The bomb, that's going to lower the little elevator here from the donut block, so. Oh, I see. It's like the Batwing. Or an approximation thereof. Okay, squirrel suit with the on-off block. If you come through here... I shouldn't be stuck, right? Because I can then come up through... Yep. Yes, because on-off block will just eradicate all of the trampolines. Okay, in that case, let's not get hit by the cannons. Let's maybe check a top location. It looks like we have a rolling lock of some sort that is preventing the camera from going up any higher. Bomb will probably take out the on-off here. Oh, no, missed. But that's okay. I did not hit that last brick there. Maybe I should check that. Okay, looks like we have checkpoint location over here. Okay, heads up on the riddles on your level. The solutions are easy to do. Yeah, so it's not going to be an execution thing. Yep, that's good to know. Sometimes when I see like a super low clear rate on a puzzle concept, you know, like that becomes a bit of a concern. But usually clear rates just don't tell you anything useful about puzzles whatsoever, so... But yeah, here's the Riddler question mark. Here are a couple of squirrel suits. Looks like we have a location that should be available somehow. Okay. Yeah, we already used a burst. We would need to bounce on something in order to get another one. Looks like there is a sequence of P-switch activations here that we can see. If we are on the left side will lead the mole down to the jump block. Jump block will probably trigger a sequence that drops on each of the P-switches and does the Munter sequence. So we need to be on the left side of that mole if we come out of that area. So let's just platform over. The donuts and hollow plea blocks are the utility belt, okay. This pipe is probably something we can enter, but I'm going to check the top position anyway to see if we can get the mole interaction to trigger. And the mole is not here. Interesting. I was sure there was a mole there just now. I guess. Okay, we'll think about that when we get back to it. There's like a bit of a maze over here. Okay. And yeah, we'll just come through here and see what this is telling me. But we'll just wait for this guy to come over. Thank you for the follow. Okay, what is this area doing for me? Nothing, okay. Yes, I see. The utility belt that gives you more squirrel suits as you go. Assuming you take damage or something. Okay, I see what you mean. I'm not sure that theme would necessarily get across to the player if you weren't here to tell me about it, but, you know, it's an interesting idea. Okay, but bomb in this location, we'll need to figure out how we want to go about activating that. But in the meantime, let's see about this on-off switch down here. So activating the bomb triggers the on-off. Triggering the on-off will... yeah, you have one-way panel over here. Not much is going to happen, so... no, because this doesn't actually activate anything. Let me think about that. So we would need some kind of object that traverses the one-way sequence over here and eventually gets you over to the bottom location. I mean, that's just going to be death. Yeah. And then that's going to give you one of the many, many pink coins on this thing. And yeah, Melody Lover, thank you for the submission of Chris Poner, which may or may not be your maker code. And Merlin, the submissions are going great. Queue is still open, but probably not for much longer. I will be closing up soon, I think, but we'll play through as much as we can. I try to get through everybody in the queue. We actually do so with alarming consistency, even though I don't always expect to be able to. Okay. Still missing something here. Squirrel dispenser is going to be useful. Yeah, think about snake blocks is we do always have to check where they're going. Spike ball is not going to give me anything interesting just yet, but it does encourage me to check the other side. Let's not run into that every time. That might be slightly inconvenient. And yeah, hang on. Sorry, just catching up on some of the messages at the same time. I don't quite know, Melody Lover, what you're trying to tell me about Miitopia, but that's partly because I have not had the pleasure of playing it. And I know that there is a Switch version or port of Miitopia coming, but I can't say I know much about it. Yeah, right now we're just kind of still in the exploration phase. That's giving me an awe. Obviously sending the shell through to cloud blocks is a possibility. I don't think it'll do much for me with the E-switch, though. It will send this up to jump block. The boos are really in the way right now. Hang on. That's okay. We could lose a squirrel if necessary. I want to send this up in this location. Oh no, that's a ground block. What am I doing? I can't see. Yeah, send it through the bumper, rather. Send it through the bumper with the P-switch active, and we will probably take a while to get back to that location anyway. No we won't, because we hit the checkpoint. Which was already the second checkpoint. Let's grab the squirrel. The ghosts in the riddle are the memories of Batman's dead parents. Okay, interesting. Alright, tap this. Merlin, what happened with copyright strikes? The same thing that always happens with copyright strikes, which is that Twitch auto-detects the Super Mario World castle music as a copyright violation. It's kind of a long story, and I explained it to somebody else who asked earlier in the stream, but it is actually a really common thing that happens with both Mario Maker and Super Mario World streamers. And it is extremely annoying. Anyway, let's die to Batman's dead parents, because, you know, that's what we do when we miss the P-switch timing. And yeah, Pitch Shifter, it's a bit of a long story, but the idea is that there was this guy who, about a dozen years ago, when he was in his teens, made this sort of electronica remix that heavily sampled Super Mario World. And that somehow wound up in the copyright detection database that Twitch uses to mute audio. And so, every now and then, when I play things like puzzle levels that are in the Super Mario World Castle style, I get muted audio on my videos, and I'm not the first person this has happened to. This is something that like a lot of Maker streamers have complained about for like the past year, and you know, the people who are Twitch partners have like tried to take it to partner support and so on, and absolutely nothing has been fixed about it. And it's just a massive headache for everybody involved. And the thing is, the original artist now knows about the issue and is trying to get it fixed. And they still haven't gotten it fixed. Like, it's just a, you know, massive pain in the neck for everybody. So he even got his video pulled from YouTube, in fact, so YouTube doesn't have the issue anymore, but Twitch still has it in their copyright database. And so yeah, it's happened to me before. It happened a lot last year, in fact, but it was very annoying to see that they still haven't fixed it after all this time when it happened again to my puzzle stream yesterday. I think we are just dead. We have to take the death from Naboo's and check something else. So yeah, Zonitu, given that we're still, you know, very early in the exploration phase for this level, like I was saying, very unlikely that we'll come anywhere close to finishing it in this stream, but, you know, we'll explore what we can and just try to see some more of the artwork here. Don't know what the skull platform up there is supposed to do for me. But having to bounce off the dry bones will give me a squirrel refresh. I'm not going to be able to land on the skulls anyway because they overlap with ground tiles. But I should be able to go overhead. No, I can't because that is the top tile of the screen. Okay. So let's just try to float around this way. More squirrels. Okay, whoops. Here we go. And yeah, there we are. Okay, looks like if we have some way to interact with fire, so for example if we have Yoshi or something, then we can break the ice blocks to the left. Yeah, lots of coins in this level, and we've only collected like maybe one of them in a previous attempt, so, you know, long way to go before anything useful happens for us here. But we're still just exploring, so, you know, we'll just take a look. Lose the squirrel suit. Does this break anything open? Yes, it does. Okay. Alright, that gives us that passage to the left. And we'll see. Like, we're still kind of figuring out how this whole thing is laid out, right? Like, we haven't seen much of this, realistically speaking. We want something to land on top of the jump block in order to dispense something like a bomb, for instance, on top of the on-off switch. I don't know if we have that. Like, have some kind of object that we can toss there. And I'm not sure. Let's try this question block in the middle here. No, that's just a crush spot if you're not careful. Merlin, you're saying you think you need a POW to kill the munchers under the blaster. So far in this level, I've not actually seen any held item manipulation. Like, I've not seen anything that I can actually pick up, and so that's something that really hasn't been a part of any puzzle solution we've seen so far. But you know, you never know when it might pop up, but there's no precedent for it, is what I'm saying. Oh, right, because that curves around and crushes you. Okay. Let's not stand in that location. But yeah, obviously, you know, that's gated by a key door over there. I do want to check what's in this green pipe, though. Yeah, nice of you to leave some lamps down here to indicate that ground actually does exist. Let's... Oh, can't go through that. That's just spike balls. Okay. Utility belt, please. There we go. Oh, interesting. I did not expect this guy. Okay. Okay, that gets us over to this location, which I was thinking about previously. P... Yeah, we may just be stuck again. Like, there are a lot of SD spots in this level in terms of occasionally having to take to death by yourself, I think. But... okay, so I guess Podoboo should bounce all the way up and it'll just take you out that way. That's your clip art of the Riddler by the door. I don't think I picked up on that. I'll have to take another look at that. Anyway, yeah, Darkflash missed your message earlier about algorithmic copyright management. And yeah, it is very much just a matching algorithm just being a disaster. But which means that, you know, like, from the sort of human support side, the from the human support side, like, you know, nobody seems to know who is responsible for carrying the ball here when it comes to correcting things, in terms of, like, who's supposed to deal with this when you have this situation with, like, music rights that is very clearly an incorrect implementation of what your policies are supposed to do. Yeah, thank you for chiming in about that. For those who don't know, Darkflash actually does know music intellectual property. And it's always nice to have a bit of expertise like that on our broadcast. Let's try to wall jump up here. Okay, there we go. And that's a whole lot of nothing. That's just a brush block once again. So. Yeah, so Zenitsu, we'll explore it a little bit more just to make sure we've seen the layout. Like I said, I don't really expect to stay on this long enough to solve it. But we'll see if we can actually make any meaningful progress. And yeah, I mean, like, in the particular case of, like, the Super Mario World copyright detection problem that I was talking about, like, part of the issue is that, you know, this was done retroactively with a track that was released by some guy who was 15 at the time, so he says, and who was doing his own sampling of Super Mario World, like, long before algorithmic copyright detection on services like Twitch and YouTube were even a thing, right? Oh, here is a POW block. Okay. So, Merlin, you were saying something earlier about the POW block. We can drop the Muncher, and that will allow the blaster to break ice. It's only going to break the first 2 tiles of ice, though. We don't have enough POWs to work with, but this is a utility belt, right? So, okay, we actually have a couple of options here, including Fire Flower. Let's grab that. And Shelmet is going to allow me to do the Muncher bump. And get rid of the blaster that way. Okay. Looks like we might have to take damage boost past this location, though. And we didn't activate an on-off switch. Oh, right, because fire was supposed to ignite the bombs down there. Ignites the bombs and unlocks this gate to the left. Okay, we flubbed that. Anyway, Zanito, you were saying, am I not noticing that each riddle has a row of donuts, hollow key blocks with hidden blocks? I am noticing that. I don't think I picked up until now on the fact that we had much more variety in terms of power-ups than just the squirrel suit. It can be a little bit difficult to tell these things sometimes when you have a lot of visual information going on screen. You know, some of it decorative, some of it functional. And that's kind of true of a lot of puzzle levels in general, is that, like, when you have a lot of decorative information, it can be difficult to see what the actual puzzle information is in terms of the items that you're actually able to interact with. And so if I missed out on certain visual cues, it would be because of that. Like, sometimes there are just too many visual cues to process. Anyway, this was the spike ball thing we were dealing with earlier. We had explored this area. And Pitch Shifter, go ahead and ask whatever it is you have on your mind. But yeah, we've been to this area. We didn't quite know what to do with the on-off earlier, but I think every time we just have to check, like, the whole E-block utility belt thing to see what kind of toolkit it's giving us. I believe this is just a crush block. It's not actually going to give me a useful item to work with. Yeah. Okay. Pitch Shifter. I was playing the viewer level the other day in which build blasters went through solid platforms. How did the maker do that? Something to do with track space, I think. Because, yeah, that was a Donkey Mince level, I think, that you're talking about. And there was another Japanese maker in 4YMM who was, like, researching a ton of stuff like that. Zenitsu, let me just check for a moment how long I've been on this one, since we have hit a bit of a wall with it. Let's... Yeah, we have been on for about 20 minutes. We'll try to explore just a tiny bit more, but I will probably call it on this level soon, until we have... because we're clearly not going to be doing the sort of maxed out clear that the person named Waste Time has previously achieved on this. Darkflash, to catch up on your comment, I will read that in just 1 second. Let's see if we can get out of this situation first. But... yeah, we had checked that location to the right previously. Let's see if we can do this going here, because now we know that using the first POW to get rid of this muncher is going to allow the bomb to fire. Once the bomb fires, the blaster ignites the bomb, hits the on-off switch, then we take out the blaster using the shellnet. So, yeah. So we need POW to get rid of the initial muncher. We accidentally took out the shellnet first. Yeah. Generally, you don't want to have ordering issues like that. Particularly because it's actually kind of tricky to get around to the shellmet without activating POW first. Let's try it one more time, since we actually do know the solution to that now, and I want to demonstrate at least one puzzle solution, considering all the time we've spent just poking around this thing. I want to give that a fair shot, so... let's just slide under this guy. And... so, yeah, I think sometimes, you know, it can be a little bit opaque to not know what's going to come out of the utility belt in what order. But we know that it's going to be POW first. And we want Fire Flower later, don't we? Yeah, Fire Flower, Shellmet. We want to stand at a location that will spawn the bomb to the left of the blaster, and so... oh, I see the issue now. That fire is no longer coming down because of the blaster placement. We need some kind of middle placement that will allow another Potobu to fire, and it's not able to do that. Okay, so maybe the sequence here was in fact incorrect, because it is dropping into a location right now that's not usable. Curious. Yeah, maybe we... Well, I mean, this is clearly blown, so... We'll take one more look at that, and then we may move on from this one for the time being, but it would be nice to demonstrate at least, you know, one of these. Okay. Alright, let's move back over here. So yeah, we need to lower the blaster to a location that is still a valid firing location. And thank you for the follow. We'll just have to figure that out. Yeah, because you can see how it's kind of offset by one tile right now. It's just a little bit too high. But it also needs an open firing location in order to go all the way around. So is there a way to get back out if we come in here? I don't think so, from what I was seeing. So we'll see. There's definitely something going on here that requires a POW activation. Of course, if we go for Shelmet and Fireflower first, we can bump underneath the Munchers and lower that entire stack into a slightly different position, can't we? So, like, for example, if we do this, whoops, do this. And, I mean, this is protected, which is great. We don't want to kill the blaster outright, though. But we do want to take out the Muncher down below on top of the switch, which will require at least one POW hit. Problem with the POW hit is what we do afterwards. Let's check this location here. Okay. Yeah, not really seeing it, unfortunately. Now, unless there is something else we can do in terms of, like, bracing... Probably not, actually. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Okay. Merlin, you were suggesting maybe if you can somehow kill both Munchers by boosting it up with a Shelmet first. Dropping both Munchers isn't actually going to solve the problem, though, right? Oh, unless you drop it... you want to drop the blaster, I guess, under the donut block. That would be the way to do that. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, I guess if you knock out both Munchers, then ideally you want the blaster to sit on top of the semi-solid here. And then you would need to fall through the top location in order to fall back down on top of the donut block, you know, wrap around up top. Once you wrap around up top, then you can go through the one-way panel with the coin. Once all that is deactivated. So, you were saying... I mean, the way to do that would actually be to... take damage, I think, and then... Like, the way to take out both Munchers at once, as you were saying, is to have the POW actually make contact with one of them. And the way to make contact with one of them is to... hold the POW going into this jump over here. So, let's say we take this thing up with us. We're going to bump everything up slightly. And then, yeah, we nuke this like that. And then we need to spawn a bomb. So let's tuck in here. There we go. There we go. And we do need a squirrel in order to actually get around the blaster now. Okay. Great, we actually accomplished something. Which, you know, when you go through levels like this, you do have to kind of take them a piece at a time, right? So, reasonably satisfied with that. Reasonably satisfied. Yeah, it looks like you have another exit segment over here for another puzzle. Yeah. And yeah, that's back to the central checkpoint with what looks like 5 different exits in this location. So let's explore a little bit more, but at the end of this attempt, like be it with a death or a timeout, I will likely bail on this for now. But Zunitu, I am quite willing to continue this with a resubmission at some point or on a puzzle stream. I am also going to be closing the queue at the end of this level. Okay, so there was the whole setup with the screen with the Buzzy that's... not the Buzzy, the Spike Top, rather. That's past this segment to the right over here. There was also the segment we didn't check earlier with the... yes, this up here, okay. Because you have the vine that leads you up top. And whatever this was, we didn't finish with it because we wound up dropping the Podoboo that kills you for getting stuck in that location. Literally, you need some kind of P-switch activation in order to disable everything there. It looks like if you have a P-switch activation, you can actually get through this tower left to right. That's something we should be looking at. That, with a P in hand, you are able to kind of get through this location on this side. The other thing we can do, of course, is also just stomp this and not open anything whatsoever. Okay, there we go. And that's an awe, so once again it's kind of telling me that maybe we've done something less than ideal. Let's send this through here. Let's get through here. Yeah, that shell is clearly not doing anything useful, so... Okay. Let's see... Another crush block, another P segments. And right, because we wanted to figure out what to do with the gate taking us up top. A bomb is going to be important. Spring is also going to be important. Looks like we probably want to carry the bomb up with us and dunk it somewhere after jumping on the spring. No. Okay, the actual sequence here is that we want the Koopa shell to be bouncing back and forth. And if the Koopa shell is either that or there is some kind of P-switch activation, for instance. Something is going to walk all the way across or roll all the way across and activate a jump block. Either that or the jump block is something we have to hit from below. But anyway, we are dead and we solved one thing. So let's call it for the time being. And Zanito, yeah, we're quite willing to just continue exploring this and see how it goes. Just not in this session, so hopefully we'll just kind of solve it piecemeal one at a time, and eventually, over a long period, we'll be able to see the whole thing. So let's remove for now. You're quite welcome to send it again for further progress, but I am closing the queue for this session. And just give me a moment while I make sure the bot and the stream title and so on are all updated accordingly. And we'll go back to consider what Dark Flash was saying earlier about copyright in just a moment. As well as any other messages I may have missed in the chat. Let's properly refresh the warp world this way. And yeah, Zinni2, I think, once again, you know, because there's so much going on aesthetically, it can be a little difficult to sometimes pick out what the interactable elements are. Also because sometimes the sequence of items that you only have one-time access to can be something that you have to discover through trial and error. But in terms of solving the puzzle itself just now as a sort of micro-puzzle within the level, that was reasonably satisfying, so definitely appreciate what you've done with that. And we'll just have to see more of that with time. Dark Flash, earlier you were saying, if this were a properly functioning copyright system, the normal mechanisms between rights owners and those users, courts, licensing agreements, etc. In practice, for something like Twitch, there's likely something in the boilerplate agreement a streamer agrees to, which gives the platform the right to strike you. Yeah, absolutely, it does. It's more that, you know, in a particular case where Twitch should be ruling in favor of the user, that like the appeals process is basically incapable of handling the specific situation where the copyright holder, in this case Nintendo, isn't even the one at issue here, and it's just, you know, a case of the detection just doing its thing. But anyway, I'm not speaking on it very coherently. But we'll move on to the next level and see how this goes. And let me just catch up on any other messages that I may have missed. So yeah, Pitch Shifter, what you were saying about the blasters going through platforms. Yeah, I think it was something to do with things being stacked in track space. But we'll think about that. Anyway, TJ Switch Player, if you are still here, which I believe you may be, you may wish to check in. We'll punch in your code. I think you were just here, but yeah, I do see TJ Switch Player listed as being online, and so if you don't check in, I'll just kind of bump you back one spot and give you a second check-in. That's okay. That's how we usually manage things around here. I mean, we will eventually get through everybody who stays. So yeah, in the absence of a check-in, we'll just bump TJ Switch Player back one slot. And take a look at Explicit, who is in fact here, and apparently only makes easy levels, but I kind of remember some of the Spike Precision stuff Explicit used to send me, and I have my doubts. But hey, whatever, we'll take a look and see what's about to happen. SMP3 Troll, Ghost House, okay. And Explicit, I mean, you know my policy with trolls. I will play them to a reasonable amount of time. I might not finish in one segment if the maze is taking a while to go through, so. 0 clears on this so far. Thank you for offering me first clear. We'll see how this goes. Okay, obviously can't go down there yet. This is obviously a trap. This is a Fire Flower, which is probably also a trap, given that if we take the Fire Flower and drop down to this location, we won't be able to get out. Spike Ball isn't going to do much for me yet, except play some music. Donut Block to the right isn't going to do much for me yet either, although we'll eventually think about how to pick up the pink coins on the lower side. Notice that the saw blade on the right side of the screen has a green door that is tucked directly underneath, so if we are able to damage boost into it, that's one possibility we have to consider. Spike platforms on the top right look jumpable, so we're going to take a look at that. Yeah. Looks like the main thing that's doing is displacing the top right. We'll just take a peek at that once again. I also didn't check whatever the opening vine is about. Definitely nothing. Oh, wait. We shouldn't have jumped into that, though. We should have just done a climb, right? Because a vine climb isn't going to activate visible blocks. Let's just take another peek at that. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's fairly straightforward, if you know the interaction. Okay, not going to go down here just yet. I do want to check what's going on over here with the Muncher on the track. I don't know if the Muncher on the track actually gets moved by any of this. No, because it's in track space, it's not going to collide. So that's a whole lot of nothing over there until we have some way to take damage and get through that location. And there's a trap, okay. It's fine, we just kind of learn these things by trial and error as we go. Oops. Yeah. Okay, thought I would check. I mean, it is the main world, so I knew that we would only have 2 screens of height on the camera. So yeah, we know how to get the first coin, I guess, and we haven't seen what else the spike is going to break for me. Just gonna check to see if there's anything else that we can interact with in that location. We'll go back and check that a little more accurately, of course. Okay, not much going on with spike just yet. Let's just try to create a bit more room here. Okay. The timing towards that is probably not what I'm looking for unless I have some other recourse there. We'll think about this. I don't know if there's going to be any kind of invisible block shenanigans going on here. How do people make cool troll levels? A lot of surprising tech. Like, a lot of stuff with troll levels is usually involving, you know, the player making one input and another thing happening. So it sort of trivial example of that would just be, you know, something like that is a very obvious trap, for instance. But you want to make interesting mechanisms, I think, very often, such that the player doing a fairly ordinary action creates some kind of extraordinary reaction. And I think that's what usually makes a lot of the most successful troll levels, is that you're not just boiling things down to, you know, trial and error or pick a path or anything like that. Like, what you're doing instead is creating something that generates an unexpected outcome, I would say. Which is why the trolling metagame has become really complex in a way, and I haven't been keeping up with it the last few months, so I don't even know what kind of new discoveries there have been. Let's bot this guy, see if anything gets revealed. No. Anyway, not much going on here still, unless we can get on top of the edge of the screen. Nope. Okay. Interesting. And you're saying I should try to vine again? Yeah. Got this. Yeah, maybe there's something that I'm supposed to hit that... Oh, okay. Yeah, you see, nobody's going to try that, right? Like, you have to keep that in mind. Anyway, we have the ability to take damage, so the first thing we'll check is the door to the right. Like, if you're going to create something that is dependent on an invisible block like that, like, you do want to lead the player towards some kind of clue that gives them an indication that something is worth trying. So you'll see that in a lot of troll levels, where if you have something that is a very obscure or hidden interaction, then one of the fail states will provide a clue for actually telling you that that's something that is worth attempting. Okay, P-switch isn't going to do much for me here. P-switch... Okay, I have to kind of loop around here anyway. One thing I will try to do next time is hit the P switch and then go through here with P active, just to see if that's going to do anything interesting. Oh, it's one of these, okay. Luckily, we were on the correct side of one of those one-way panels. Now, the thing about these kind of one-way mazes is that the mechanics are slightly different than they were in Maker 1. Because I saw a lot of these in Maker 1, and the collision logic with the one-way panels isn't exactly the same for whatever reason. I think I'm correct about this anyway, I may be wrong. Yeah, okay, that's fine. With that placement, I don't think there was a good way to pick up the Shelmet, regardless. Yes, we'll blow that up. I feel like that's going to be a good idea. Okay. Ah, okay, entity limit, yeah. So basically, as soon as the bomb blew up, we wanted to jump to get out of that trap. And we know that we have a hidden flagpole that's not going to be from coming through that door, probably, but that's okay. We'll start over. And yeah, Merlin, I thought I was correct about that, that they did in fact change the mechanics for invisible blocks. We have not yet checked this drop location here after collecting the Master Sword, but let's first of all collect the Master Sword. Oops. First of all, by clinging onto the lower location of the vine. There we go. Might as well grab this. Never know we'll actually need it. So yeah, we know now that in the subworld, at least when we go through the pipe, that the subworld is built at entity limit. That's going to be very important. Okay, I already took damage from the Master Sword, so I'm unable to get through the P because I can't tap it anymore. So let's just go straight down this way. And let's do this. I'm still exploring, so I don't know if I'll actually bother getting the coin. I guess I might as well. Oh, whoops. It's fine, that's not too hard to fix. Wait a second. Oops. Okay, there we go. I shouldn't have done that. I knew that interaction too. I just instinctively hit the dash button at precisely the wrong location. And here we are. Okay, through here. And let's see what we can do. Yeah, one other thing that often happens with troll levels as well is that, you know, you'll have locations created for the player that obviously look like suicide or obviously look like dead ends, and they will in fact turn out to be the right solution due to something that is triggered off screen or by proximity. So if you're kind of looking for things interesting to do that kind of look really cool, that's usually one very good way to think about it. Is how to make the failures become successes, and the successes seemingly become failures. And so, you know, this is actually a decent example over here in terms of this particular activation. So as soon as the entity block comes through, I'm going to go through the door here. So I get spawned. Ah, the spring comes from up top. Okay. So I'm actually going to dash slightly to the left to dodge that. There we go. Yeah, I actually kind of like this segment over here. I think it's pretty successful at the thing that it's doing. Interesting. Fireflower will theoretically allow me to bust that ice block onto the left side, but we don't have a way to do that unless we find a way to get back to the door or to the yellow pipe. We'll figure that out. Maybe. Okay. And that was something. I didn't see why. And hey, Zedbot, welcome. Okay, let's take a look once again. And yeah, explicit. I mean, that's what playtesting is for. I think I very often, for complex levels like this, expose things that the maker wants to change. That's very much the right kind of mentality to take coming into this stream. And yeah, explicit. I mean, that's what the playtesting is valuable for. You do want to see how I'm reading things, right? Like, that's just as true of standard puzzles as well, along with troll levels. So, like, it's very important to see what players are actually going to think about and notice first, and what kind of things they're going to skip entirely. So, okay, let's do this. Let's stand out of the way, actually. So yeah, it's not an entity limit thing, it's just a spring dropping from up top. I thought it was getting bumped by the pipe last time, which would not have been the case because I'm standing next to the pipe. But I kind of understand that now. I know, I want to get this guy. I want to approach him from the side if I can. Like, fall into this location, maybe. Always tricky with these one-tile spots. We don't want to trap it entirely, obviously. Let's check this as well. Okay. We will, of course, see what that's all about in just a moment. Now, I may or may not actually want this. Pipe is a dead end, okay. That's relatively important to know. Ah, yes, and I need to take damage somehow, I think. Because now I've got that. But I'm not able to get through unless I take damage, which I can do because of the fire, yeah. So let's tap the Podoboo. And tap it again. Okay. Okay. There we go, clear. So yeah, thank you for that, Explicit. I think we did skip a lot of stuff. I think the ending segment is probably the most successful thing in this one. Let me take a look at the map quickly. And you're saying probably too easy? Yeah, maybe so, because I think the route is pretty immediately noticeable. The Master Sword is very well hidden in a way that I think is not that discoverable. Like, you would want some kind of path that leads a player without the Master Sword to a clue that they should be doing something like that, even if it is an extremely long and elaborate path. Let's, sure, let's take the other path very quickly just to take a look. This will be very brief. I'm not going to explore it too long since we got it clear. But we'll just take a peek at it very quickly. Okay. Yeah, I guess the pink coins are just completely a red herring as well. Looks like the implication was to jump through a single tile gap there. Let me just try it one more time. Yeah. Although I could also drop a bomb with Link, and maybe that would do something useful. Okay. There we go. And a duck. There we go. Yeah, I guess the entire pink coin path is meant to be a red herring then. So. Okay, like I said, not going to stay on this for too long, but I'll at least poke around with it a little bit further. Not going to be too exhaustive about the coins since we know that's not going to be clear anyway. But yeah, it seems very typical of the way I play Trolls that I sometimes do tend to shortcut the whole thing in playtesting. It happens a surprising amount of time. Okay, let's duck through this guy. Wrong way, okay. That's fine, I think we've kind of seen this for now, but... Yeah, if you want to resubmit either this or a different version at some point, I am totally willing to look at that path in a little bit more depth, but I feel pretty satisfied with the solution we have at the moment, so... Yeah, definitely, you know, you want to be ahead of the player when it comes to thinking about how to cheese things. How do you cheese red coins with beginning key and Link's ability to throw bombs? Merlin, you can also cheese it with Link's ability to fire arrows. That would be a pretty significant gain in your progress, in fact. Although we never actually saw what a key would be useful for when it comes to something like a key door, simply because we never got to the point where that would be relevant. So yeah, I think that's one of the more challenging things about being a troll creator, is that you do have to know more mechanics than the players do, just to be able to keep ahead of all the crazy things they're going to try. Okay, second and final call, I believe, for TJ Switch player. And I think they may have dropped out, so let's move on. Pitch Shifter, I believe you're still here. I did call you a name. It's a wonderful textual expression on your face. Journey to the center of RNG, and whichsoever way thou goest, may randomness follow. So anybody new to Pitch Shifter's levels, there is usually an element of RNG-based gating using elements such as clown cars and coin drops and such to vary up the paths and the power-ups that you get every time. So we've played a few of these already. Let's look at another one and see what happens this time. And yeah, good night, Explicit. Thank you for coming by. Hope that was a useful playtest. Okay, so what's going to happen here? It looks like we just have to let this lift. As clown cars will do. And yeah, that's going to unlock. Mole's going to chase us. And then we have randomization giving us the red gate plus star as power-up. Star is not going to be too useful so far, except for, of course, just getting me easily through this one. Which I guess is pretty helpful. We do kind of need to beat the scroll here. And I was a little bit slow at doing that. We do need to move much faster to keep up with the auto-scroll speed. I gotta say, descending upside-down auto-scroll is not something I see that often. But we'll see what's going on the other side. Yeah. This one's not too disorienting, actually, because when it comes to jumps, you don't need to do any kind of height estimation or anything like that. You're just mostly, you know, you're going sideways, you make maybe one or two jumps, and other than that, you're just kind of pumping this thing to move its vertical position to where you need it. Okay, I say that, of course, just as there is a cannonball there. Whoa. Got distracted by the cannonball when I was clearly on a timer. But yeah, I mean, if we look like we're a little behind on time, obviously one thing we can do is just jump on the clown cars some more in order to adjust our position. I always find that to be one of the best principles for organizing an auto-scroll challenge, is that if the player falls behind, you kind of want to give them some kind of mechanic to catch up. And oh, that was a D-pad error. Whoops. And so, you know, if you feel like you're a little bit slow, a little bit behind a timer, it's nice to have a mechanic that allows you to rush ahead a bit and make up for lost time. And I find those tend to be the most successful auto-scrolls when you kind of have that push and pull and tempo rubato, you know? But like this guy here, it's gonna raise him all the way, and yeah, I have to be fairly accurate. And as soon as we hit the piece, which we are once again, kind of on a timer here, so that was a disaster. We do, in fact, have to get on top of the last P block. And yeah, Merlin, I totally need to come up with more point rewards for the people who are my super long-term regulars. I haven't come up with new point rewards in some time, and that's just one part of the channel that I've kind of been neglecting. And we'll need to do something about that. What exactly that something is, we'll have to find out. The star there is honestly more useful for the speed than for getting through the thwomp, but I guess functionally, you know, if you're getting through the thwomp, that's functionally going to do the same thing as grabbing a mushroom to permit you a damage boost should you need it. But yeah, you do need to kind of hustle in order to get through a segment like that. And yeah, it's kind of nice, that pitch shifter. That's, you know, in terms of the actual jumping challenges, you don't need to control your vertical direction very much. You can just kind of go with the flow of the level. You don't really need to think about gravity, like you're just kind of holding left and right. And otherwise pumping your vertical position. There we go. Checkpoint. Yeah. Walls are going to come up here, and it's always very satisfying. Okay, what are we getting this time? Another mushroom. Merlin, the points are there for a reason. If you are in a rush and you can't stay, do feel free to skip the queue. Okay, now here is where upside down becomes slightly challenging, because we have to remember that the input for clinging onto the vine is down, not up. But that's okay. Once you're actually on the vine, it's easy to remember. Okay. And then, yeah, this is just making sure we understand our positioning. It's not like we're ever jumping on the vine. If we were jumping on the vine, would be in much bigger trouble when it comes to muscle memory. Okay, here's just not getting caught up by Morton's stomp, which honestly tends to be a bigger threat than the fire, because if you get caught by the stomp, that's how you get killed by the fire very often. Okay, nice. Oh, whoops. Kind of like that segment, actually. Definitely have to play a bit reactively there, but... Okay, now we get a choice. For once, we are not at the mercy of RNG. Whoops. Bomb... No, let's kick that so we can get the next bomb over to the on-off switch to the right. It looks like this is a pre-boss tutorial, if I know anything about how pitch shifters layouts usually work. Where we're learning some kind of mechanic that's going to be relevant to next section. Okay, we need to do this accurately. Let's get in the correct direction for bumping. Yeah, and we clearly need to get a bounce on top of the bomb in terms of being able to gain height to hit the pow. Yeah, I do find this little segment here with the mole and clown car climb to be pretty entertaining. Easy to play around, easy to improvise around, but at the same time, something that does kind of keep you on your toes. Anyway, I'm a little behind on messages. I'll catch up in chat in just a moment. Grabs the key. Okay, there we go. When you are on a vine, your control is the same in a normal upright state. Yes, with the up and down on the vine. It's more that, you know, if you're ever jumping off the vine, you need to think about how to control that. So, okay, gonna have a typical pitch shifter, a multi-bit phase boss fight. I'm sure that, you know, once we get through phase 1, we're gonna have to deal with Mecha Koopas zapping us from everywhere and all that nonsense. But oh, whoops. Okay. I feel like Shelmet was a very good draw for this room in terms of having the right power up for the job. Okay. We'll need to be aware of the chomps on either side. That seems to be the main thing. Do we have the key yet? No, no key yet. We need to... Oh, right, because the P-switch is actually what controls this phase. Okay. Yeah, I'm very glad to have Shelmet in this particular zone. Let's wait for the next bomb. There we go. Fantastic. I guess we didn't see the blue boss. I'm always impressed that you managed to cram 2 boss fights within an entity limit and make them reasonably interesting in a very full-size course. But I guess a lot of things, since they're spawning from blocks, are not going to be very entity-heavy anyway, in terms of the amount of editor space you're taking up. Like, there's a lot of stuff that is spawning mid-level, so... Blue boss is harder? Okay, well, we'll take your word for it. So. Yeah, Goomba shoes when you're playing upside down, that would be maybe comparatively tricky. But, hey, we had a choice. And we took the consequences. So let's mark that as a win. And thank you once again, Pitch Shifter. Okay, Caslueb, if that is how to pronounce your name. All I can see when I see that name is that is an anagram of Bascule. But let's take a look at the list. I see you as online, but you will want to check in. Otherwise, I will be bumping you back 1 spot, as is the usual policy. The current state of the queue will be Melody Lover, Merlin, and 999. So I don't think Melody Lover is here either, actually. So but we'll do the check-in. Melody Lover, please check in. Otherwise, we will move over to Merlin. Then we'll see if that's going to close things out. I see... Yeah. Merlin might be the last one for this session. So we'll quick remove. And... yeah, once again, I'll keep Castleweb for second call. For the time being, Merlin. Okay, it's going to be a relatively short stream. I may be able to open up for 1 or 2 more at the end, but we'll see how long this level takes. Because we are ahead of our usual schedule by a bit. Only a bit. And yeah, viewer levels likely again at the same time tomorrow, but do await confirmation for that. We'll also be bringing back more puzzle streams in the middle of the week. We had a spectacular one screen in yesterday's stream that we didn't quite finish, and I think I actually do have the solution to it, so I do want to show that off at some point. But in the meantime, And yeah, Zedbot, let's see how long Merlin's takes. If we're through it fairly rapidly, I'll reopen for 1 or 2 more. I just don't want to guarantee you anything yet while we're still early. I mean, we know exactly what we're playing. Merlin lately has been creating levels that are dedicated to various people he knows on Twitch. And so this one, Merlin has been trying to get us to play over the past week, and our times have just not really collided properly. And so, looking forward to seeing what you have made specifically for this stream, Cobalt Skull Ground, where we search Bowser's giant drill machine to find your way out of these tunnels. So yeah, you can kind of see the giant tunneling machine that we're probably going to be playing inside. In a sort of track vehicle battle arena. You said you tried something totally different? Yeah, always appreciate it. And look at that, it's going to be upside down level number 2. Must be backwards day. You know what threw me off for a second there was the fact that everything is upside down except for the sprite for the 30 coin. The 30 coin still looks like a normal 30 coin. But I think that's because of the, oh no, because it's only reflected on the, along the x-axis, that's why. And so 30 flips upside down is still 30. Alright. Had to be a lot more careful about everything when it comes to upside down play. But of course we're going to go for some of the optional content. As always, okay, maybe not so much. Alright. Yeah, let's go for this. You know, I tend to not know how to say no to stuff like that, so. Yeah, Pitch Shifter, thanks for hanging out for so long, and once again for the level. As always, hope to see you back for more. Hey, let's make sure we can get this and get out safely. I think approaching it right to left is the correct thing to do. We're totally tanking your clear rate so I can grab some of the 30 coins, but you know. You're going to dedicate a level to me specifically. Yes, I'm going to look for some of this stuff. Yeah, the issue here is that we are likely to bump our head right now simply because of being big when we grab that, so. I don't know how accessible that 30 coin really is then when we're big, unless we just jump from long vine to long vine. I think that has to be the approach, in fact. Like, without clinging onto that thing. Anyway, let's stop playing with that and let's actually play the level. But you know I tend to check optional content, so... Okay. Let's try to jump. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, definitely one thing that playing upside down really throws off is your intuition for in-game physics. So that's another 30 coin up top. There we go. That bad idea. Okay, seesaw. Okay, let's see what this is all about. Nothing much. Yeah, I guess we should ride the seesaws up in order to get on top of the green platform. The easiest way to do that will be to go through here. There we go. And right side. Actually, let's drop in and do a jump. There we go. Kind of like this slope usage over here in terms of grabbing the power-ups. Doesn't work so well for things that are not rolling back and forth. Anyway. Okay, yeah, I guess we just jump over each of these. Oh, bad idea. And of course the skulls, as usual, are just telling me that the pit is death. That mushroom will not be so accessible. You tried to make it so it looks like I walk upside down, not that the whole stage is flipped upside down. I see what you mean. That the layout itself is supposed to look like a place that is kind of spatially coherent. We just happen to be wearing magnet boots. Okay. Yes, we're going for that. At great personal risk. Looks like we need to jump under that platform, in fact. This will be something that requires a bit of self-control. There we go. Anything up here? Nope. Yeah, I can see why you're going for the Mario Galaxy music if you're going to be using mechanics like that. Okay, so this is a little bit of a decorative hut. Let's enter the hut. Ah, there we go. Here's the drill. Of course, I'm looking for various ways I can try to break this or, you know, fall out of position or something like that. It seems like even if you do fall out of position, you can come back in. Oh, interesting. The double arrow up there indicating that you can go up to that location and indeed must. Okay. That's fine. Let's do that again. Because that way I can maybe chase this from the back and get on top of some... you know what? No, let's just take this. We have to keep pace and go around. Yeah, I understand. Okay. That's decently clear. And we'll just run around and wait to see what happens. Okay, there we go. Yeah, pretty readable. Arrows tell me to go down, I'll do that. Sure, why not? I do kind of like the drilling effect as you just, of course you're using the bombs to simulate that, and in combination with the spiny shells, you just break through everything. Yeah, we need to get back in. I kind of like that you can pop out for a bit and get back in and have enough of a margin of error behind the drill to do that. Kind of neat. Okay, neat. Yeah, Kaslueb, you were called up earlier, and it seemed like you were just in the stream in AFK, so I just bumped you back one spot. I will play you next. Thank you for checking in. And Merlin, thank you so much for dedicating this level to us. Always pleased to have you contributing some of your artwork to the stream, so... And yeah, we'll catch up on some of your other dedications with time, I think. Okay, Kasluev, let's play yours. Thank you for checking in this time around. And I don't think 999 Tito is still here unless I'm mistaken. They can check in if that's not correct. And after that, we'll see if we have time to reopen for something by Zbot, but don't want to guarantee that just yet. Yeah, the drill's a neat concept. I was playing with stuff like that, like using... I mean, I've seen a lot of levels that do some kind of track-based vehicle, you know, playing around with trains and steamboats and things like that, but I hadn't quite seen the drill concept before, and that was kind of neat in combination with the aesthetics of just having the pathway break open as you go. Definitely a very flavorful level. was quite happy with that. So, troll/puzzle level, supposedly hard. CP0 equals CP1 equals CP2. It's hard, I hate dead doors. Okay. Let's see how we can progress through this one. Okay, P-switch on the left, P-switch on the right. On-off block is going to drop you down below, but then you would need to wall jump out of position. No, you wouldn't. Just kind of looking at the on-off mapping over to the left to see what that's all about. P-switch would probably just drop you through the block or trap you in the block. Dropping you through the block wouldn't do much though, right? It would drop the P-switch to the left. That's the main thing it would accomplish. Okay. Okay, we got a P-switch. One thing we can accomplish here is P-jump up to the next level. No, maybe not. It's clearly a door over there. A door drops you back into this location. Which is probably why you're saying CV1 equals... or rather, that all the checkpoints are equivalent, because you're telling me that something is going to use the door to drop me back down to the starting point. Which means we should keep an eye out for anything that changes with checkpoints, such as any blocks that blow up. Anyway, looks like we have a shell deflection here. That's, we should take advantage of. Okay, and that would get us down to the door on that side, so let's start over and do that. And yeah, Merlin, a very nice amount of followers too. Kind of, hang out with. Whoops. Just trying to keep my follower count ahead of the peak share price for GameStop in US dollars. But I think at some point we may be outpaced, who knows. Let's take a look at, yeah, what we were doing before, which is P-switch, wall jumps. Having this P-switch isn't doing anything for me just yet, but I think maybe we need to carry it through the door with us. So that's something we'll take advantage of, I think. That will put down this P-switch for the moment. Oh, no. I want to kick the shell. I wanted to keep both items because the thing I want to do is take the P-switch through the door, if I'm able to do so. I don't even know what's through the door yet, but I just know that that's probably something worth trying, because smuggling items through is usually the right idea with levels like this. Also, by collecting a coin, if we should drop through the reset door back to start, now the P-switch is going to drop automatically, at least on the current attempt. Why did I do that? Oh. Okay, let's just fix this up for accuracy's sake. Hang on, didn't expect to drop in accurately by holding right. I know the intended idea almost certainly is that you just drop directly on Koopa rather than doing all this stuff that I'm doing, but we want to send a Koopa shell over pretty much right away. So here's how I'm going to do it. Let's drop like that. Then we'll kick. No, I forgot to get off that location. Clearly correct, though, in terms of being able to get through the door, so let's do that. Okay. Yeah, let's jump this guy again. Whoops, that was a mistake. And yep, press F2. Pay respects, I suppose. Yeah, hang on, let's drop this, hang on. I know that I don't even know what the purpose of the second P-switch yet, but I really feel like taking it through with me is going to help, so I'm going to do it. Okay, drop this safely. Hang on. Let's do this again accurately. I know the ultimate solution probably won't be this fussy, but oops. We tend to play around with stuff like this for way too long instead of actually progressing through the level. Okay. Grab this, grab that. Just set this down gently. Kick this through. No, I need to get through the door right away. The shell is going to bounce back and forth instead of going down to stack on-off switches on the right. So we just need to be aware of stuff like that. Yeah. Still just kind of toying around this section, but you know, if it turns out that some of these moves are not necessary, then we'll skip them in future, but right now I'm really curious about just taking the P-switch through. And yeah, there we go. Soft drop. Kick. Great. Huh, wonder why it had the double tap earlier then. Okay. We obviously do need to hit this, otherwise we just fall and die, unless we do something like a P-jump. P-jump would actually get us through, because if I hit off like this, so we get trapped, right? Or no? Yes, we do. Okay. Does this spawn anything? Yes, it does. Bomb. Okay. That's important information. So I think the correct thing here is, in fact, P-jump. If we lower the P-switch... And actually, no, wall jump works too. I don't know why I'm not considering... the issue, of course, is just getting out from under the on-off switch. So like P-jump up to wall jump might do the trick there. So let's just continue and consider that option. Whoops. I was forgetting to shift one tile out of position. See, that's often the most time-consuming thing about these levels, is just forgetting to do things that you already know how to do. Okay. There we go. Much cleaner that time. Drop this guy. There we go. Bomb is going to do what for me? Nothing. However, that's not going to be matched to the lower door. Okay, that's important. No, this is an illusion. This is not the same pairing, I don't think, because otherwise we would have seen... no, maybe it is. No, that's correct. I'm wrong. What happens if I just double tap this? Kill that. Then I'm able to get through here. With the on state. Okay, so we've done something new here. We're able to get through with the on state. Only to hit that. Okay. But, if we have the bomb... Which we don't... then at that point we would be able to take it over and blow up that block, right? Assuming the position is correct. If we hit from below, then, though, I think the bomb, like, we would need to tap it an additional time to bump it over in order for it to hit. Anyway, let's check this location. Yes, okay. But I think the progression is actually reasonably clear. I need the P-switch, interesting. So I can't P-jump out of that, okay. Okay. Let me think about that then. It looked very much like a P-jump, that's the thing about that location. Interesting that sometimes the shell does that, in spite of the fact that it's clearly meant to do 3 hits and dispensing. Like some kind of slight variation in shell mechanics, that's... Oh, I guess just depending on the initial position of the on-off. Okay. The jump is possible, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Very much is. Need to P-switch, interesting. Yeah, because the P-switch can be dropped in this location. But not if I'm already on the lower level. So I need to think about that because the issue would be that we have the bomb coming out here. Blow up the bomb. Spring comes down here. Okay. Interesting. We have to walk through this. Yeah, that goes down, that goes down. And... okay, no, that is going to... I need to hit the block first, obviously. And then I take the P-switch up to the top left side with me. Yep, okay. Okay. This we can do, once we sort out some of the accuracy issues there. Okay, drop this guy. It is going to successfully dispense, for once. Okay, there we go. So yeah, let's just do this sequence correctly this time. Okay. Hit this. The bomb is going to jump over the block itself. So, no problems there. Yeah. And that will take us back through here, yes. That's new content. Okay, that's a checkpoint. Checkpoint apparently is equivalent. Get a checkpoint. So what is this? S-D-A-R-T. Start over, okay. I find it very interesting that you have the irregularity of all of this stuff. Like the fact that the lettering is all kind of unlike adds a lot to the effect. Oh, I guess the start over text is just telling you to make sure that you have the P at this point, isn't it? Except here, we don't have the on-off switch in the right position. No. Okay. Okay, so... we haven't actually even seen this pipe yet. We'll take a look at that in just a moment, but... respawn at a checkpoint is obviously going to reset the state back to on. let's just see what else this is telling me. That's important. Let's grab this in case we need it for damage boost or something else. Wait. Hang on just a second. Let's try to do this accurately. I think we can definitely get up there. But yeah, Merlin, thanks for dropping by, and once again for the dedicated level that we finally managed to play. The ground pound should do the trick here. Okay. And that's just, okay, that's the start over point. Okay. Now we know. But we now have the mushroom, and so that's an important state change. Very important state change, in fact. So we should think about things that change when we have a mushroom. Such as the fact that we can now damage boost over to spikes, if we need to do so. We'll have to think about that. Let me maybe hit that P-switch first. No, because if I get under it, I can grab a second P. Not that we have any use for that just yet. Okay, let's think about this. Yeah, taking a P-switch up at this point isn't really going to be useful. Oh, whoops. Start over from CP1, knowing that we can return and grab a mushroom. Start over? Yeah. I know. I'm just exploring the level still. I still want to check what's going on. Also haven't checked the pipe. Yeah, so P and on switch, okay. We'll think about that. And this location, yeah. Let's check the pipe. And I see, so that's where you need the P-switch, yeah. Okay. Good to know. Okay, let's route through this from this location. Just to see. I know that, you know, CP1 is supposed to be equivalent here, but this will allow me to skip one or two things in the interim. Oh, whoops. Alright, sure, let's just start over. But we should keep in mind what I am able to achieve with the mushroom. Because that clearly is something new that we didn't previously have available, and so always important to keep track of minor changes in state like that. And okay. Let's come over here. Impossible with a mushroom. Okay, interesting. Oh, yeah, I guess so. I know what you're talking about now. That's why we don't do that. Okay. Tap this. Tap this. And let's get a proper jump up over here, and then we now know how to take the P through the pipe. Okay. And we need a mushroom in order to do that. That's fine. We know how to get the mushroom, so that's simple. Okay. Let's not do that. Let's not do that either. I have to get some of these out of my system sometimes. There we go. Okay. Always seems like the bit of a luck of a draw in terms of how that shell deflection is going to go. Whoops. Total brain fart there. When it comes to timing. Let's get this right. Hang on. I always have to, you know, spend a few attempts just doing mechanical cleanup on my side before we actually see the puzzle. That's okay. We'll polish that off. And once again, it's going to be a fast pattern. Whoops. The twirl was accidental. Just blubbed input. You can tell it's getting later in the stream when I start making lots of execution errors like that. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean now about not being able to take a mushroom with you through the start from CP1. There we go. Hey, Alias, depending on how quickly we finish, we may be able to open up once more for 1 or 2 more levels, but at this point I'm not really counting on it. So thank you for dropping by anyway, and hopefully we'll catch you next time, if not today. But we are getting pretty late in the stream, and this is going to be a comparatively longish level by the looks of it, so... Thanks for dropping by regardless. I can beat it in 1 minute? Yeah, okay. I'll hopefully squeeze that in. You're not the first one to kind of request a kind of brief dessert level at the end anyway, so we'll see if you're still hanging around at the end of this one. And I'll see how urgently I'm needed in terms of wrapping up. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind that you have something short that I can look at. So, thanks for letting me know about that. Okay, through here. And then we grab the mushroom. Start over? No, I don't think so. Let's drop the P-switch over here, close enough that it's not going to despawn, far enough that we don't accidentally land on top of it. And hopefully in a position that allows us to re-grab it, as we will. And let's see what's going on here. Okay. Damage gate through here. And yeah, I guess maybe we were supposed to hold left into that location. Yeah. Yeah, we need to hold left going into that. Given that we've already popped a block and so we do not have access to a second mushroom. Yeah, there are a couple of reset points that bring you back to this stuff and make you start over. So yeah, I know I'm supposed to start over at this point, given that we have expended the mushroom already. Okay. No, hang on. Yeah, let's see how that goes. Okay, through here. It's not really that head-breaking. I mean, sometimes, you know, we lose a lot of attempts to just not keeping things straight in terms of our memory for things that we've already solved, but... most of the time, yeah, it might just come with a modest amount of experience playing this style of thing, but this one has been pretty relaxing to navigate so far compared to some other ones that try to kill you or trap you at every turn. Mushroom's going to be next, and then we need to hold left coming out of the series of doors. And that hold left spot is very much a trial and error spot, so... or rather, not a trial and error spot, but one that you have to kind of fail at once in order to see what's going on. Okay, let's head over here. Drop this guy. Come over here. I wonder if I should wait for the P-switch to expire, in fact, but no, maybe not. CP2, okay. And then now we figure out what we are missing at CP2 in terms of something that has to be done that we have not done. Okay, interesting door pipe location over here. Looks like some kind of object has to be dropped in order to create that passageway. Okay, let's just spin over here just to see what happens. We need to do that a bit more accurately, of course. Looks like there's a big trampoline stack on the left side as well. Yeah, we'll just reset here. I know CP2 equals start for some reason, but let's explore this since we are here for the first time. Yeah, it looks like we need to just bump it here. Okay, there's a lower location. This is probably taking you back to checkpoint 1. Correct. And we need the P to get through anyway, so... oh, CP2 is safe. Okay, no, I should have just taken a death. Fine. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you were supposed to reach CP2 in that state, then you're actually okay. It's okay, this doesn't take too long to repeat. We have most of this sequence. Oh, well, no, hang on. I was about to say we have most of this sequence kind of down pat, but that's alright. Hang on. Safer than the other CPs, yeah. I mean, obviously we don't want to get reset into CP1 like we just did, but... okay, here we go. Pump that once again. And through. Okay. This is relatively straightforward. And we'll just wait this one out. Okay, CP1, we grabbed a mushroom. Looks like if we eventually return here with the on-off state toggled, then we can think about those pipes on the left. Until that time, we just continue doing things the way we know how. I certainly hope that's not within despawn range, but let's not play too risky with that. Okay. Back to the left. And CP2 should fall pretty quickly. Damage gates and back up. No, okay, no, I missed the input. Hang on. I was just too late on pressing left when I should have been pressing it already during the course of going through that door, so let's just redo that. Hang on. Okay. Okay. Let's tap this. And let's just not make too many execution mistakes along the way. Just to keep our time under control. Okay. Back up this way as before. And what have we got here? Mushroom. And we just need to remember the hold left interaction this time. That will take us back to CP2, and we'll try to explore from CP2 without any further resets for as long as we are able, in order to pick out the structure of this thing. And we'll see. That's going to be over here. Interesting pipe on the bottom left of that screen. Definitely something we'll kind of... Oh, jeez. Yeah. It's very easy to just have a lapse of memory at precisely the wrong moment. So yeah, have to remember, hold left. Okay. Back through here. And back through here. Okay. Yeah, let's pop this thing. Same order as before. Okay. Mushroom time. And let's see what we can do here. Mushroom. And back. So, let's see. Yes. We need to hold left this time. Nth time is the charm. Yeah, that's basically how a lot of these levels burn time, is just when you forget stuff that is very deep in the sequence. Anyway, let's actually make an effort to keep CP2 this time instead of losing it completely. Kind of know how some of this stuff is going to go. There was the blue falling platform on the left side that we had previously not checked. This location up here we had checked. Okay. And yeah, so we don't want to get bumped. We want to do a wall jump over to this location. We know there's a green pipe on the bottom that we saw previously. Yeah. Okay, on-off switch. That's going to be important. And we need to acquire a P-switch. No, we don't. We need to... we've tapped on-off, so actually the thing we need to do is... head over to the left side. Unless, of course, we need another P-switch. Oh, should not have tapped that. I feel like I needed to actually carry that thing. Let's get in here with an active P state. Looks like this is probably another turn left area. Yes, it is. We have not hit CP1, so... Not having hit CP1, we still have the on-off state that we want, don't we? Yes, we do. I did that again. Okay. Let's go left. There we go. Kind of lucky that we were able to do that within the P-switch timer, even after just landing on it directly. So yeah, it didn't take long to do that. Yeah, the misdirections in that one were actually pretty decent. It's just that, you know, obviously the execution problem was very much my issue. I mean, I hope that was a kind of a useful playtest. I don't know if there were any particular misdirections that we missed. Let's mark that as a win. Okay, so this is going to be a very momentary reopening just for the two people who requested submitting codes. That would be Zedbot and Alias. So prepare yourselves. I'm going to open. Please get your codes in, and then I will close, okay? And those will be the last two I do. Hang on just a moment. Bit quick on a trigger. I'll wait for you two to get yours in. And that's all we'll be taking. I believe the person... Alias, you do need to resubmit. Both of you, in fact, need to resubmit Zedbot and Alias. And I believe 999, who's currently in position 1, is long gone, so we'll do a quick check-in for that, and we'll skip that, and we'll play these two levels from you two. So that's kind of the usual policy here. Oh, Zedbot. Yeah, I guess the chat screening does that, but glad you managed to get that in. I mean, apparently the level in front of you is short, so hopefully the order is still acceptable. Did we mark that as a win? Let me just test this. Okay. So 999 Ito, I believe, is gone already. So we'll go straight to you two. Yeah, that's going to be PMT JN0 S WG. And yes, thank you for checking in once again. Here's Magma Factory Challenges 2. This is part 2 of Magma Factory Challenges. And thanks for wishing me luck on that. 1 minute at about 33%, so we'll see what this is all about. Factory, in case there's any confusion whatsoever about where we are. Key here, we'll just wait for the columns to come up so we don't take damage. And yeah, we just kind of loop around, take the key, and then come back over to the door now that we've had the thwomp trigger of the on-off state on the left side. Okay, here we go. No, mistake. It's okay. And it's just going to give us another mushroom right away, so we... interesting. Looks like we're supposed to... Oh yeah, so on-off switch is going to move the blasters on a conveyor, aren't they? Yes. Okay. fairly straightforward. I do like the background design, by the way, in a lot of this. Like it's very clear to me that you put some effort into that background art. This is going to be a Koopa escort. And we kill it for the key, yep. Pretty straightforward. But neat mechanisms anyway. Save. Okay, kind of unfortunate the save is just going to rob us of the mushroom. Oh, I see, because the checkpoint is going to drop you into a safe location anyway, because you respawn from the checkpoint. Okay. Nice little chase sequence there. And yeah, sure, let's wait for the next round just to do needlessly risky things like that. Okay. Through here. And through here. And we'll race this all the way around. Tap the on-off switch, and then do another loop. Yeah, I guess the implication here is that I'm able to go down unless there's a bone shell that I get from this. Let's check this. Okay, that's one up. It's not bone shell. Whoops. Wasn't thinking. I guess the implication is that we can in fact loop around the lava surface with something hidden perhaps down in the bottom right, but we don't want to count on that just yet until we've actually seen this for sure. I think that's the only way we can do things though, so we will be taking that pathway when it remains open. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I guess, you know, from the save location earlier, you were kind of training the player to expect that, and so I'm going to have a run marker for the final segment here. Okay, and it's going to be a mowing the speedrun segment. Let's get a rebounce. I think maybe the cat paws effect are a little heavy there, but nice finish. I can really tell you put a lot of work into the look and feel of this thing. And just a lot of the spectacle with effects everywhere. I think maybe the cat's paws were a little bit heavy, but you know, it doesn't make things hard to see, and the platforming is still pretty relaxed. So, fun mechanisms all around. Thank you for that, Ilias. Glad you managed to sneak that in. And let's look at Zedbot. That's going to be the closing level of the day. And most of your levels are in the longer range, but you've got two fairly short ones and a few multiplayer ones that are quite good. I usually like long levels quite a bit, but given that this is the closing level of the stream, something shorter is probably a better idea. So, Skyway P-Race. Okay, I will take your recommendation for that. Lots to choose from here. Hopefully you'll get us through much of the pile. Obviously we're doing this as single player, but I'm guessing that is still going to be a pretty interesting single player challenge, or you wouldn't have recommended it. So let's race our imaginary friends through the skies towards the goal, and watch out for obstacles. Okay, so yeah, this is just a starting location gate for multiplayer, where we have a time start and then we take off. Yeah. Yep. Claw. I see. Okay. And we'll take flight. Pretty relaxed spacing here as single player, but I can tell why in multi it would just be total chaos in terms of people scrambling for position amidst the fire bars. And it's a pretty reasonably engaging level, even as single, of course, as you were saying. We still have to be on our toes and dodge a lot of stuff. Not exactly going for a speed record here, obviously, but... yeah, multiplayer, this would be a bit of a spectacle, I'm sure. Especially when we lose the Peepaloon. I guess without the Peepaloon, we can't enter that because of the slope. Yes, we must keep the Peepaloon in terms of being able to get through the final gate. And yeah, anybody who's kind of struggling with this in Versus would get kicked all the way back to the start. Yeah, we'll just need to wait for the better window of opportunity. I've never played much actual multi in this game because my network has never given me acceptable performance. I don't think it's on my end either, because clearly I have a network that's able to stream. It's more that, you know, I've never had a decently non-laggy game of Maker 2 multiplayer, and so I just kind of gave up on that very early. But I kind of like seeing how the meta around designing for 4-player versus has kind of evolved, you know, with people developing things like starting gates and a lot of designs that kind of encourage a lot of player collision and, you know, near misses and gates like this one where you can really feel how close you are, but there's just great potential for disaster. I mean, obviously, the thing about Ludwig is that the projectiles are never quite as dangerous as they seem in terms of hitboxes. But let's not get complacent about that either in case of events like that. So, a lot of the time it's other people's McDonald's Wi-Fi. Yes, exactly. And unfortunately, you know, when you just encounter that game after game, it's very easy to disengage from multiplayer without really getting to enjoy the better content in it. But I've seen a lot of stuff like this, you know, in terms of the general ideas on people who do stream Versus, but I just haven't really gotten much out of Versus in this game myself. But it's nice to see designs that really target that, and which are also playable in single. Okay, through we go. I mean, this is really all about the Ludwig gate at this point. We get that, we can get everything else. Yeah, Peepaloon is a lot of fun. I was surprised at how good the Peepaloon actually is in Maker, given, you know, what a one-off nightmare it is in Super Mario World and Tubular originally. It's not the kind of item that I would have thought would be useful. But the implementation actually turned out to be really good in terms of, you know, the speed boost, the collisions, the possibility for puzzle mechanics, etc. Surprisingly versatile item. Start gate is somewhat imperfect and the players can double up into slots. Yeah, I can see that. That's the kind of thing I would not be really picking up on, but now that you mention it, yes, that's absolutely a risk. Whoops. It's funny that my best flight through the main segment was apparently the first one. That's okay. And yeah, it's not a big deal, and we've got enough fail-safes to still make this functional without having a re-upload or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah, let's not cut too much momentum here. The Mario Kart music really makes this too, and I know that Nintendo also kind of noticed that when they did their own Peepaloon Ninja speedrun. That's, you know, for this item and for this kind of course, the Mario Kart music just makes sense. Whoops. Okay. Not get bumped. Be the main risk factor here. I mean, the projectiles tend to be fairly small when it comes to positioning. Okay, let's position ourselves before Ludwig fires anything so we can just go through straight away if possible. Nope. right idea for execution, but I think lining myself up before Ludwig gets going is roughly what we should be going for. I enjoyed the People in Ninja as well, actually. I've been generally pretty happy with the Ninjas, and I say that as somebody who is not actually a speedrun player. I found it satisfying, you know, to just kind of do my own route finding through them, and I found that even as somebody who doesn't really play speedrunning or do much with a lot of accuracy, that just from solving the routing problem alone and reading the levels, the Ninjas are actually really very flexible in terms of kind of letting you get up to top 2% on your own. And you don't need to be especially precise or skillful to do that, you just kind of need to understand the layout, right? And then afterwards, you know, you watch what the world record players do and find all the optimizations you weren't making, but I kind of like going in blind to those and consistently sort of ending up top 2% or so just from developing my own route. Yeah, just generally very surprised, as I was saying, with the balloon as an item. Unfortunately, it really just goes to show how missing Charge and Chuck still is from this game. Very conspicuous absence from the editor. Okay. There we go. Whoa, 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 that's going to be a bit of an issue. Yeah, it's funny because I seem to have gone through it a lot smoother earlier on, but it's possible to play cautiously, at least when you're solo, so let's see. And yeah, Trackmania Turbo, I've heard people kind of mention that to me before as well. I haven't played it myself, but I have heard people talk about it from a, you know, community content perspective. Yeah, progressive coins to stars would be amazing. It'd be absolutely amazing to have conditional stuff like that. Anyway, whoops. Okay, that's not the right approach. Got it right on the early attempts, and I just need to kind of get back into that. Yeah, but execution-wise, it really feels like this is all about the Ludwig Gate, and until we get that down, nothing else is going to be benefiting us very much. Okay. Kind of a tight squeeze there, but we made it. It's kind of nice too that, you know, when it comes to the P-Balloon, that the hitboxes are slightly more generous than they look, which is not the case with a lot of stuff in Mario Maker. That, you know, the spikes are always, in particular, just more punishing than they look when you inspect the artwork. And P-Balloon, you get a little bit of wiggle room before you get popped. Okay. Nope. Got to avoid the spiny tracks entirely, of course. Can't really play around those quickly enough. Yeah, the thing about Ludwig segment is that if I don't get it right on the first try, then it's a lot of scrambling for position just to get a safe cycle again. Like, it's never going to be as safe as on the first attempt at that spot, by the looks of it. Anyway, let's get through here. Just avoid as many of the tracks as we can. And yeah, I actually like the visibility of this, considering how poor the spiny projectiles can be in terms of visibility. It's kind of nice that you can have a very clear pathway and a very clear heuristic in terms of, you know, just ignore the spikes and you're okay. Okay, let's see if we can get the track timing down. Let's just boost right in. No, wait, let's back out. Get Ludwig off screen. That's going to be the approach. Get Ludwig off screen until things clear up. And if that's the strategy, we may be okay. As long as we don't get sniped in the back by a spiny. Nope, not quite, but let's get back into safety. Not having really played multi, I don't know what a lot of the spawning rules are for multi as well, in terms of, you know, spawning and despawn distances, which I find to be really the toughest learning curve in Mario Maker, or any kind of level. Oh, whoops. There we go. It's okay, we got 300 seconds to work this out, as long as we don't get shot in the back. Okay. Hoping to kind of get in view of the bumpers up ahead without getting in range of Ludwig, so we can get the timing down. But nope, nope, no, 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 no. Little bit out of range to really do that effectively. Whoa, 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 whoa! That was way too close. I was hoping the spine would just despawn by that point, but there we go. Nice, clean approach. Not exactly a record time here, but, you know, we'll take it. So yeah, thank you for that, Zedbot. Very entertaining. And I'm just going to take a look at the statistics here to see if that's gotten decent traction in multiplayer versus. Yeah, I'm glad that it actually got properly seeded into multiplayer, not just from the tag, but from people clearly upvoting it as something that should be included, given that you do have 56 plays on it. It's kind of funny that the proportion of actual multiplayer plays to single player plays is actually, by the looks of it, a very healthy sign. So, I mean, I think it's one of those where not only are you tagging it to seed it in the category, but people are clearly upvoting it as a multiplayer concept. So, congratulations on that. And look at it on your other versus levels, yeah. 4 matches, and, well, you know, sometimes things stick, sometimes they don't. But regardless, yeah, and I guess you would have made this when P-Balloons were a very fresh addition to the game, given that this was pretty much patch week for the 3.0 patch last year. And what do you got for other versus? Yeah, I mean, this one seems to have had a certain traction. So. Anyway, thank you for that. You're quite welcome to submit either multi or single levels in future, assuming that they're playable here, but I will leave that decision up to you. So thank you very much for dropping by, and we will mark that as a win. Okay, that's going to be it for this stream. Hopefully we will be back for more viewer levels at the same time slot tomorrow. That's been a regular thing lately, but I'm not 100% sure yet if we'll make it. So, scheduling updates as usual on the Discord. And yeah, with very few people remaining, I don't know if I will look for a raid, but I might scan around briefly just to see if there's anybody interesting that we can say hello to. So in the meantime, Thanks for watching, thanks for dropping by, and thanks especially for the contribution of levels as the content that we're just kind of taking advantage of on our side for everyone's edification and entertainment. So, until next time, good night or good morning, or perhaps even good afternoon wherever you are, and fare thee well.